And now it's time. Wow. The passage of time. Passages or something. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, everyone, though. Welcome in. It's time for a very chill stream because we'll just be. Get stuff chucked on my face, apparently. Hi, Cloaker. I lost my train of thought. It's gone.
We're reading Reddit stories.
Yes, there we go. That's where I left off. My memory is so good and functional.
It's uh-huh. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But anyways, this was okay. Now I'm getting exploded. This is rude. But this was a subathon goal, and so was one of the giveaways that we're doing, the Fumo plush giveaways. I only request that those that have already received one to not join that giveaway, but only applies to 3 people. So, um, right. And then the other one, the sticker pack, is because of Granny kindly wanting to give that back to the community instead of taking more stickers for themselves. So thank Granny if you end up winning that one. Um, the sticker packs are for only existing sticker designs, so that's kind of the only restriction there, honestly. Um, yeah. Um, bounces my crochet chicken because I saw it. Anyways, it's very shaped. It's very good. It's Brick's joy.
Mm-hmm.
Um, what else do I want to say before we start? Right, if you haven't seen today's YouTube upload or what I posted on Blue Sky earlier, watch it. Stuff coming soon, which is also a subathon reward song cover preview. Today's the day of subathon rewards, I guess, or something like that. Yay, head pats. Thank you, Owen. Thank you for treating me kindly
Yay.
instead of throwing stuff at me or exploding me. Then now that I said that, someone's probably gonna do those again, because it would be funny. Stares at chat. Oolong tea is good.
You will eventually get oolong tea, I promise.
Yay. Me with everything that I have in the box for you, including one of the Fumosakus. Which, by the way, I still actually have that image here. There we go. This is the Fumosaku plush keychain that I keep talking about. Enter for one of these. And if you want, I can put a squeaker in him. Because why not?
I hope you've put a squeaker in mine.
I did.
Good.
Mm-hmm. Naturally, that had to be done.
Mm-hmm.
I think of the ones that I've already given, only one doesn't have a squeaker in it.
Huh.
Yeah. I think it's because it was given before, like, I even thought, it's like, wait a minute, I could do surgery, not a squeaker in here. I think that might be part of why.
Ah. Yeah,
Yeah.
that would do it.
Mm-hmm. Because I've had the squeakers for a while, which I still need to get back to their Code Shaku, which is a really old subathon goal of me getting back to it, but I need to figure out how I want to set up the camera and stuff. Later problem.
Mm-hmm.
But anyways, this is my second time reading Reddit threads live on stream. The first time was, I don't remember how long ago, but a while ago. Also was a subathon reward. Shocking. Me recycling some of my subathon goals for future ones would never happen. Happens all the time.
Happens all the time.
We do already have our first Am I the Asshole that we'll be reading because it was thought of by Marble during when I was playing Road Trip to the End of the World. So we'll be starting with that one. Yeah. Um yes. Am I the ass for asking my friends what flavor their wedding cake is? Which by itself is like maybe a little strange, but not horrible. But if like
Like, you'd want to know what it tastes like, yeah.
yeah, like even if you couldn't go for any reason, it's not a harmful question. But based on the fact that that one visual novel made you think of this post, I don't think this is gonna go well. uh, let's see. I thought I saw something that said what the verdict was, but I'm not actually saying that. Okay. Anyways. Oh, I did see it just was later. Okay, anyways. Spoiling myself with a verdict. Anyways, I 22F am in the wedding party of my friends we will call M25F and row 25M, who will be getting married in about 2 months. I've been really excited for the wedding since it'll be an opportunity for all the friends from college to get together for the first time in 2 years. Not to mention, M and Ro were my best friends, or at least I thought they were. We have a Discord for all the wedding stuff, and they have a channel about food. They've been really good about being open about the food they intend to have at the reception, including vegan, vegetarian, gluten-free options for everyone, and answering questions. So I didn't think I'm too used to filtering for chat reading.
Hmm.
I didn't think there'd be any contention if I asked a question. Anyways, about 4 days ago, I posted a message into the Discord asking, "Hey, what flavor's the cake gonna be? I want to mentally prepare myself." Well, that sounds innocent enough. I can see how that
I
would.
don't
It could come across wrong, but like, uh,
I don't know. I wouldn't add I need to mentally prepare myself to the end of that. Like,
yeah. But I could also kind of see why that would end up coming up anyways. It's like just a stray thought getting added to the message type thing.
mhm.
I think looking back, my choice of extra words is what caused all this. But I meant in the sense that I have a long documented dislike of chocolate flavored foods like cake or ice cream. So I added in the event the cake was chocolate. Okay. That's more fair, I guess. Um I received a private message back that the cake would be chocolate and that if I had a problem with it then I could shove it because it was their wedding, not mine. And I felt really taken aback by this response. Hmm.
Hmm.
Okay. That's definitely kind of an intense response for something that does, like, at least on the surface, seem innocent enough. But they could have probably, like, I don't know. If I were them, I would have been like, oh no, it's fine that it's chocolate. I just, like, now that I know that, I can, like, prep myself for expecting that type thing. Like, I don't know. Eh. Complicated at best at this point. Need more information.
Verdict needs more information.
Yes. Never did I mention that I would have been upset, and I certainly wouldn't have put up a stink about it. It's exactly like Em had said, it's their wedding. I explained as much and tried to apologize for any offending I did, but she got even more defensive and started basically blasting me for implying that she was offended, and I was just left overall very confused. I mean, that's fair to be confused by because I would also assume that she was offended based off of that response.
Hmm.
I don't know. I
I'm
get
trying not to like interject too much because I do know how this story
yeah, you
ends.
have the burden of knowledge.
I have the burden of knowledge.
I gave it 2 days before I tried to apologize again and smooth it over, figuring she may have been having a bad day, but it got shut down again, telling me she didn't need my apology because nothing was wrong, and I needed time stop trying to make it seem like shit was wrong between us and to just drop it. I'm a little confused by that phrasing, but that's okay.
No, yeah.
I texted Ro to see if I could gauge what was going on since he and I have always had an open dialogue about things like this, but he basically just told me he couldn't talk to me right now, and I have to imagine it's because Em told him not to. That's a fair assumption. It's been 2 days since then, and I'm just really confused. The whole thing has made me want to drop out of the wedding party and honestly not go at all. I wish Ro would talk to me and Em would be honest. I can't help but think maybe I just don't get how stressful planning a wedding is, and like maybe they've gotten pushback from other people on other things, but somehow it's being taken out on me. Or is it really a big no-no to ask stuff like this? I don't know. This is the first wedding I'll ever have gone to, so am I the asshole? The verdict is asshole, and I'm assuming it's because of additional information later, because on its own, I wouldn't say that they're an asshole. It just seems like miscommunication at best.
Like, had it not been for what OP does later, I'm sure the verdict would have been no assholes here, or at least that's what I
Mhm.
would have voted. Because, like, the, the crux of it is that they all need to just fucking communicate.
Yeah. So the post alone in a vacuum, shrug. I guess not really the asshole on anyone's side. Maybe a little bit on M just because she's the main cause of the lack of communication.
But
But
also, she's the bride.
yeah,
She's allowed to get a little bit, like, fussy about the details of the wedding. Because, like,
yeah,
it's her fucking wedding.
yeah, and it also is in fact stressful. So like definitely understandable, definitely in the heat of the moment type things. But still a little bit of an asshole, excused or not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, she's probably already getting bombarded with questions
Mm-hmm.
regarding other aspects of the wedding. Like,
Yeah.
she doesn't need her best friend being like, oh, what flavor's the cake? I want to prepare myself for it. XD.
Yeah.
Um,
If it happens to be the flavor that it does end up being.
yeah.
Ugh. Yeah, but let's see. Here comes in the commenter row. Hey Izzy, not surprised you didn't share the whole story. Ah, you never do. Just like last year's surprise party for M, TLDR, Izzy here spoiled the surprise and tried to claim my present was hers. I'm quote unquote Ro, the groom to be. I don't do Reddit, but my best man does and frequents this thread. He saw this post and it was so obvious it's you. The whole cake thing did happen, but it is not the whole story and did not go the way Izzy claims. First off, cake was not her only complaint. You refused to have a joint bachelor/bachelorette dinner because I have poor taste. You said my suit was tacky because I wanted white and not traditional black. You whined about the bridesmaids' dresses being purple because you wanted ivory. Ivory for the maid? What?
That's white. Only the bride wears white. That's a thing. Like, that's like the big thing about weddings, at least Western weddings.
Yeah,
Like,
like if M wanted to wear a purple dress and have the bridesmaids wear white, that's fine.
yeah, that would be a sleigh.
Yeah, but that's for the bride to like throw out, not
No, yeah. Like,
yeah.
the bridesmaids like can absolutely have some input into like what dress style and color they want,
Yeah.
but ultimately is the bride's decision.
Yeah.
Like,
And you don't go for white or off white. That's a no-brainer.
literally, that's a no-brainer. Like, the only one who could vaguely get away with that is like the mother of the bride.
But even then,
like,
it
yeah.
has to be talked about first. Talked about and
Absolutely.
agreed upon. If not, then no, don't do that, even if you're the mother. That does actually kind of remind me of a different thread that I read forever ago, where like a person that was going to be one of the bridesmaids, like their color wasn't white, but it was like a lighter tone. So on this person's body, it definitely looked white because they had darker skin. And they tried to like let the bride know in advance, like, this is gonna look like white. Maybe I should get a darker dress. But the bride's like, no, it's fine. And then like after, it's like, yeah, no, that looked like white, and there was a problem about it. It's like, maybe if you listened.
No, literally, like,
Hello, Eldritch Chicken. Welcome back in.
hi.
But yeah, no, that's
No, yeah, like, ivory is white. I don't know how else to put it. It's white.
yeah. Ugh. Any decision we've made, there's always a complaint, and Em has done nothing but be patient and try and find common ground. She should not have to change her wedding choices for you. Second, we never told you to shove it. only messaged you privately because she was tired of having to argue in the group chat. Everyone else is tired of your bullshit too, so we didn't want to bother them with it. It's a cake. Eat it or don't. So it seems like the cake was definitely like the last straw type thing.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Not surprised. But damn. Okay. You have hated me ever since I joined the friend group, and that's fine, but you will not ruin M's day because of your pettiness. If you care about her, then honor her decisions. Of course M is different, because she grew the fuck up. All of us did, except you. My god, you're fucking 22. Stop acting like a spoiled teenager. Chocolate cake will not kill you. By the way, asshole, I'm 26, not 25. Pay attention. That's kind of funny.
It's insanely funny.
I wasn't angry about this until you decided to go to the internet for pity. It's pathetic and immature. For the record, M double checked my response. She signed off on it. Get it together. Damn. Yeah, okay. Nope, definitely firmly the asshole with all that info, which I'm not surprised ended up being the additional info.
Would you believe she digs herself deeper?
Yes, I would, because I know there's a lot more to this. Oh, dear. That's crazy.
I was crazy once.
Mm-hmm. Okay, back to OP, original OP, rather, but details. It's pathetic and immature to anonymously post asking for advice on Reddit, but you coming here starting shit and posting my real name isn't. Okay, Marcus. Sorry, his name being Marcus is funny to me.
It's incredibly funny.
Since you're not hiding anymore, how does it feel to have your shit aired for real? Here's how I know M didn't sign off, because she never would have agreed to using my real name. You're just trying to get me upset at her too. She was my best friend, and I should have known you'd do this. You always try to manipulate us into being mad at each other. Case in point. I'm pretty sure the phrase is case and point, but people mess up phrases all the time. When I had planned this really awesome dinner for just her and I, and you had to plan her surprise party for the same day, why are you having a one-on-one dinner with her? Like, that's fine, but like, I don't know. In this context, it sounds like she's just trying to get a date with her, right? I just wanted alone time with my best friend, but you couldn't wait one day for the party. Are you trying to date M? Because it sounds like you are.
It sounds like she's like devastatingly in love with M.
Yeah. M has known me far longer than you, and no offense, I'm sure I know her better than you do, but I've kept my mouth shut because I love her and I just want her to be happy. How love do you... I think you love her in the wrong ways right now. I complain about everything? Then how come I've never said anything about the hundreds of times you've made M cancel plans with me to go hang out with you? I just wanted my BFF to spend a little time with me. We're not allowed to have sleepovers anymore because it makes you uncomfy, or take a girls trip for the weekend because too expensive. Sorry you can't take care of her like I can. Some of us can afford rent. Clearly this was never about the cake and more so about you hating me. I was fine when you joined the friend group, but you clearly weren't fine with mine and M's relationship. You've been the same towards some of her other friends who I'm sure would agree. Get a life, Marcus. Stop trying to take mine. Messy. Definitely understanding why
Messy.
the visual novel made you think of this.
No, yeah.
If I were told that game was based off of this Reddit thread, I would believe it. The happy ending. Crazy. Ro, apparently. It was kind of funny. She was fine using your name. You brought this to the internet, not us. If you didn't want this attention, don't post. It really is plain and simple as that, frankly.
Yeah.
The plan was for you to distract her while we set the party by taking her to a movie. Not going to the movies, then taking her to dinner and telling her of the party. We waited hours expecting you all to be back. Ooh. I have never once made cancel. She always did that on her own, and not frequently at all. You have had plans to plenty of time alone with her. Just because she spends time with me too doesn't mean I'm forcing her to. And yes, a trip to multiple countries across Europe is very much too expensive. We already live paycheck to paycheck, which you know. I know money isn't a concern for you, but it very much is for us. Not all of us have apartments paid for by dad. Nobody else seems to think the same things about me, and if I'm wrong, I will gladly listen and change. But it requires communication directly, not anonymous Reddit posts. You may have known her longer, but you clearly don't know M well. You fail to see how miserable your comments and attitude have made her these past few months. For her sake, knock it off. Yeah, this is fun. I love dirty laundry being aired on the internet of Reddit.
So true. Also, this guy has said get it together and knock it off. Like, incredibly funny to me. This guy's
Yeah.
white as hell.
Yeah. Man. Paid by daddy, real mature asshole. You know I work hard like everyone else. It's not my fault my parents made better decisions than yours and can actually help their kids. Hello? And of course I wasn't just gonna take her to the movies on her birthday. Aroused or not, it was still her birthday, and she's my friend, and I love her and wanted her to have an actually decent meal other than the shitty pizza you bought for her. Just tell her you're in love with her and, like, get over with. Like, goddamn.
No, literally, like, girl, you should have proposed first.
Yeah. And yeah, maybe you didn't tell to cancel, but knowingly asking for plans when we had them is basically the same thing. Eh, I don't think he would have
It's
known
not, but okay.
Like, I don't think he actually would have known about those plans prior if they did happen to end up overriding them. It definitely would have been fully on M regardless.
Yeah.
Before you, she was fine. She had everything she needed. And for all of you in the comments saying, I have a crush or want to fuck M, you're delusional and know nothing about me.
Sure, Jan.
Keep huffing that copium, dear. We're best friends. I love her. She loves me. Not my fault we have natural chemistry that everyone over the internet can feel. But it's not like that. See,
Sure, Jan.
so I don't think anyone would have gotten any of this type of misunderstanding with mine and Peachy's best friendship, you know? Like,
No, yeah.
just saying. And I can say that Peachy and I do, in fact, love each other very platonically. And we do have that kind of natural chemistry. It will never come off like I want to be in her pants, though. Genuinely never.
Mm-hmm.
Unless it's a bit, but that's a different matter, obviously. Marcus, you're an asshole. You've been an asshole since day one. Just admit you're not the guy who can give her what she needs and move the fuck on and leave us alone. They're literally gonna get married. You've already lost, dear.
No, yeah.
Like, a different user. Hey, Opie, did you really make a fuss because you wanted the bridesmaid's dress to be ivory instead of purple? Also, Ro, apparently, did you really make your fiance cancel sleepovers because it made you uncomfortable? Ro responds, no, I never made M cancel anything. I'm fine with her having sleepovers. Izzy wanted to do it at our apartment and kept begging M to have me sleep on the couch so I wouldn't ruin girls' night. For the record, M shut it down, not me. She's capable of making her own decisions. I trust her to set her boundaries. If I came off as uncomfortable, Izzy never mentioned it till now. Interesting. I miss bagels. It's a really funny username. That's a very good username.
I love Reddit usernames.
Yeah. Does Emma even still want Izzy there? Because Izzy is sounding more and more unhinged. How does she try to steal your B-Day present to Izzy? And Ro again. Em still wants Izzy there. They've been friends for years. I will make her kick her out, but I'm starting to reach the point where I want it. I know she didn't steal it. She claimed she purchased the gift because I was too poor to afford it. It was a rather expensive purse Em eyed once while shopping but couldn't get at the time, so I saved for it. That's cute. And
That is cute.
final comment from Ro. You're proving my point. I'm not going to argue over Reddit anymore over this, especially if you're going to talk about my parents like that when you know full well why they aren't rich. Either message us in private or drop it altogether. If this is how you really feel, don't bother coming to the wedding. Yay. That's crazy.
Mm-hmm. Like, I will say, if Izzy wasn't the asshole before she made the comment on Marcus's parents,
Mm-hmm.
she definitely became the asshole then, because, like, shaming people for their financial situations is not it.
Yeah.
But of course, she was the asshole way before that.
Yeah. A person that replied to this thread is like, imagine how she'd react if Ro and Em have kids. She'll either be jealous of the kids and complain that Ro is forcing Em to spend all her free time with the kids, or she'll try to shove Ro out of the way so she can become a parent to them.
No,
Yeah.
literally.
Ugh. That's crazy.
Both options are equally likely too.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Izzy definitely wants to fuck M. I think we can all
Yeah.
just safely say that.
Yeah. Especially with how much she said they love each other, like,
Mm-hmm. Like, she could not have, like, made it any more clear that she wants to fuck M. And the fact that she was trying to deny it is crazy.
yeah. Mentally prepare. Is she for trying to negotiate a plea deal while her mom is standing over her screaming, just eat the fucking piece? That's really funny.
Yeah.
Ugh. Yeah, I think that kind of wraps itself up quite nicely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What a great one to start with.
Mm-hmm. Now, fresh to the source of the official Am I the Asshole page, let's see. There's this one from 5 hours ago. Am I the asshole for giving my dad a list for his 50th birthday of all the times he made me miss my activities so his wife's kids wouldn't miss theirs?
Ooh, that sounds messy.
That does sound messy. It's from 5 hours ago, so there won't be any updates. It'll be interesting. We're getting this fresh from the oven. My dad turned 50 last week. His wife was on my, male 17, case to write a nice card and pick out a present for him. So I gave him the list I wrote to keep track of all the times he made me miss extracurricular activities so her kids wouldn't miss theirs. That was my present for him. I didn't even get a card or write in one. That was my gift to him. That's something that I would have done at that age, I'll be honest. Like, if I were in this situation, I probably would have done the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
I knew it was...
And you would be justified.
Exactly. I knew it was gonna piss him and his wife off, but I kept track of that stuff, and it has always bothered me because he became such a lazy dad to me when he started dating his wife. They asked me what the hell kind of milestone present that is, and I told them it was the gift of having his eyes open to the way he prioritized her kids over me. She told me he was so incredibly arrogant to keep a list like that and obsess over the times he did something to show her kids he cared. I told her he could have figured out a way to do nice things for both of us, but as soon as they met, he cared more about her improving himself to her than he did about being a good dad. Messy.
Messy.
Background is as follows. My mom isn't around. Don't know why. Ooh. My dad never gave me an answer about what happened to her. Only remember him through... I only remember him, though, and he met his wife when I was 7. There we go, I can read. They dated for years without living together, but started all the way back when he would get me kicked out of activities for no showing because he'd said he'd take his wife's kids to theirs, and for some reason he couldn't get all 3 of us to our activities. Ugh. Dad had me in football from 5 to 7. I got kicked off of the team after 6 no-shows without explanation. Each of those times was because he dropped her kids off at theirs, and he said he didn't have the time to put me off at mine. Then he had me in karate. I went for a month, and then he didn't take me for 2 months. They told him I couldn't go back if I wasn't going to be there every week because there was no way for me to learn. Yeah. He signed me up for another football team, and the same thing happened. He didn't take me to one of the games and several practices, so I got kicked. I asked for art classes, and he said, sure, that'll keep you busy and out of my hair. What a nice parent thing to say.
Yeah.
I lasted 4 months in those classes before several no-shows meant they told Dad I couldn't come back because I was missing important lessons. He signed me up for basketball, same thing happened. I only went once, though. Swimming was the same, and the last time I did get to go, he didn't pick me up on time. Oof. I got into dance classes when I was 14 and thought this can work. I'll walk. But then he'd pick me up and say he'd drop me, but then he wouldn't. And I didn't get to connect with anyone to get a ride off their parents because I wasn't in a dance long enough. That sucks.
Yeah.
Instead of being at something for me, I had to sit in the car or watch his wife's kids do their stuff. The kid he dropped off last is the one he stayed to watch or parked outside the activity of, and they had loads of activities. My dad and his wife only moved in together when I was 14, so he was doing all this for kids he didn't live with and fucking me over in the process. Then he refused to pay for anything because he decided to take over paying for his wife's kids. I hold it against him. Fair. And yeah, I tried to talk to him in a calm and mature way, but he brushed me off. So I resented him more for it. I told his wife when she bitched at me for my attitude, and she was like, "So what?" That told me all I needed to know. Yeah, that's fair.
Mm-hmm.
But the birthday thing. I gave him the list and they made a big deal out of it. But instead of giving me the cold shoulder, they decided to bring up multiple times since, and they've bitched so much that I'm tired of hearing it. I told them that I didn't care about my dad's birthday or his feelings because he won't confront that he didn't deserve shit from me. Am I the asshole? No.
No.
Fuck your parents.
Fuck your parents. And if you are the asshole, then you're a justified one. Because fuck your parents.
Yeah. Ugh.
Like, I on one hand I understand like wanting to give your kids something to keep them busy so they won't like, I don't want to say pester or bother, but like,
Have some time off from your kids because they have something to do. Yeah.
yeah. That's a better way to put it.
Mm. But you don't say
But
that
at
to
the
the
same
kid.
time, yeah, you don't say that to the kid. And two, like, if you're not going to drop your kid off to like, do the thing that you let them do to keep them occupied, then what's the point in paying for that and like
Yeah.
doing it multiple times?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you would think he would say, okay, no, I'm not gonna do this for you because I just straight up can't drop you off, dude. Um, like, absolutely baffling. Thank you.
Yeah. And one of the comments in this thread recommended like saving money to move out when they turn 18. And apparently
Oh,
they
absolutely.
have been doing that since they were 16, so that's good. And it is in a bank account that their dad doesn't know about, which is also good.
Very, very good. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because if I know anything about these types of parents, it's that they will absolutely fucking steal their kids' money.
Yeah. Apparently their dad did talk to them about owing him money for getting kicked out of those activities in the past too, which is like
Yeah,
literally not even their fault. It's his fault. Like,
it's literally his fault.
yeah.
And no updates because it's from 5 hours ago. Damn.
Yep. I hope nothing but the worst for their dad.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Also his wife. Because
Yeah.
she also sounds shitty.
Yeah.
I hope they get put in a retirement home.
I hope they have to pay for their retirement home themselves.
Real. Why must dog?
Because dog. Apparently the kid doesn't really have any connections to other adults outside of the parents, which sucks.
That does suck because like
Mm-hmm.
this kid needs like a positive role model for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Like it sounds like all the adults in their life have like fucking failed them.
Mm-hmm.
And like it's really important for especially teenagers to have like good adults in their life. Like it is like the importance of having good adults in like your formative years should not be understated.
Yeah.
Like you don't even have to be like that close to them either. Just like having someone like having an older figure that you can just like talk to and chill with, that's
Mm-hmm.
enough. That's all you need, really.
Yeah.
And like it sucks that this kid wasn't able to like make any friends from those extracurriculars either,
Yeah.
cuz like they are in a really shit situation.
Mm-hmm.
um and just like having a friend that they can go and hang out with, that I think that would be a big help.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah. Okay, this one's caught me by the title. Am I the asshole for saying it's genetic about my brother slash sister-in-law's baby? Huh?
hmm.
From the title alone, probably, but like, because like, what context would that be like not an asshole thing to just say, you know?
Yeah.
Like, there's very few things. But let's see. My sister-in-law is not the nicest person. She rarely talks to anyone, and she doesn't particularly like our family, but she loves my brother. I would hope so. She makes an appearance maybe twice a year, and that's it. She has this stare that can make you feel tiny and stupid. According to her mom, her dad has the same stare and is terrifying. They went to school together, and my mom is convinced her dad is a psychopath. Awesome. Great starts.
Mm. You hate to see words get misused.
Anyway, my brother and sister-in-law have a baby. She's 9 months old, and I went to hold her and she gave me the same stare. When she did, I just blurted out, Jesus Christ, it's genetic. I mean, in a vacuum, that's kind of funny, but...
Unfortunately, a very funny thing to say,
Yeah,
but
but, like, still an asshole.
absolutely an asshole. Like, regardless of being a funny ass thing to say,
Yeah.
you kind of suck here.
Yeah. I was embarrassed I blurted that out, but I didn't hold the baby and just went to do something else. Apparently my brother is angry about it though, and so then I'm acting like there's something wrong with her baby just because she looked at me and didn't want to hold her. Am I the asshole? Yes.
Yeah. Like, very cut and dry, you are the asshole.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, it's genetic is a very, very funny thing to say, though.
Yeah, just because a baby stares at you, that's your response, your knee-jerk reaction.
Now, hear me out. I would say the same thing. I'm not the biggest fan of babies.
That's fair. I was just thinking you'd probably say that regardless of what the baby did.
Yeah. Like, I don't hate children. I don't hate babies.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not the biggest fan.
Yeah.
I do not want to be involved.
Mm-hmm.
And also, babies do just kind of stare at things sometimes in a really, like, vacant way, and it is a little unnerving.
Yeah. Looking at the comments, it does say the consensus is you're the asshole, but this is funny.
Okay, awesome. I feel less bad.
Yeah. Like one person put it, you're the asshole, unfortunately. You're also hilarious, so thank you.
Yeah. Heartbreaking. The worst person you know is also the funniest person you know.
Yeah. Another person said, I apologize for how hard I laughed at this. Unfortunately, you're the asshole, but it doesn't sound like you're super close with them either, so I'll probably blow over. Yeah.
Yeah.
How silly.
hmm
What? Am I the asshole for videotaping my wife eating all my fries to make a point? What?
You're the asshole for filming anyone eating, in my humble opinion.
Yeah, especially without, like, consent, because I kind of doubt there was consent here, but, like,
Yeah.
let's learn more, I guess. I've seen many posts about wives slash girlfriends who insist they don't want anything when the husband slash boyfriend is getting food, but then proceed to eat his food. So I apologize if this sounds familiar. That's a societal problem, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't eat a lot of fast food, but I do indulge when we have long drives. That's fair.
That's fair.
My wife typically packs a lot of healthy snacks for herself yogurts, quinoa salads in the cooler, protein bars, whatever. I like McDonald's. Already the asshole for that, I'll be
Yeah.
honest. But that's beside the point where they get the fries from.
Yeah.
She claims the food is disgusting, but then invariably wants a few fries and ends up eating half of them or more. Although she always denies eating so many and claims she just had a few. I mean, it is easy to just like not be super paying attention when you're eating fries of all things, so I can
Yeah.
understand that discrepancy.
Like, fries are kind of designed to where you can just, like, keep eating them and not, like, really pay attention.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately, McDonald's does have really good fries.
Yeah. I don't miss them though, I'll be honest.
That's fair.
Yeah. Like,
I kind of do.
I used to, but then I stopped caring. I guess.
That's fair.
There's better
That's
fries
fair.
elsewhere
Mm-hmm.
and for cheaper.
True.
Yeah. Anyways, on the trip in question a couple weeks ago, it's she and I and my 13-year-old son, quote unquote, Nick. It's a nickname.
God damn it. You're so stupid.
Yeah, I am. Anyways, wife needs a bathroom, so we pull off at an exit where there's a McDonald's. Son and I go to order food to go while she's in the bathroom. I asked her if she wanted anything, as I always do, and she said, no, but I will take a couple of your fries. That sounds like a normal exchange.
Yeah.
My go-to order at McDonald's is the $5, although now it's $6 at a lot of places, value meal, quote unquote, which includes a McDouble, 4 McNuggets, small fries, and a drink. It's plenty of food for me. That sounds like too much food to me personally, but
Yeah.
it would still be plenty if my wife took a few or a couple fries. I like McDonald's fries, but I always eat them last because while I don't mind if the fries are not piping hot, I do like the other food best when it's still warm. I will say, if you know she's gonna take some, order a larger size, but you know,
No, yeah. Like, if you're gonna, like, order fries and you know your girlfriend's gonna, like, take them,
yeah,
just order a large. Order a large fry.
yeah, because like it doesn't
Simple
cost
as.
that much more either, anyways, than a small.
Yeah.
Side note, having read other Reddit stories on this topic, I'm sure some will say just order more fries, even though she says she doesn't want anything. I've tried. I get the medium for me and give her the small from the value meal, but a medium fries is almost $4 and it is over $4 with tax. That's crazy.
Tax.
Even then, $4 just for a medium fry, that's crazy.
That is crazy.
And that's adding over 60% to the cost of the meal. And when I've done this, then she insists on not touching the fries because I told you to not get any for me. So now I've got a small fries and a medium fries to eat on my own, which I can do, but it seems like a waste to spend another $4 since I was perfectly happy with the original amount of food. I think that approach is wrong. Just upgrade the small to a medium fry because that only
Yeah.
adds so much more. Like,
Mm-hmm.
that's the obvious solution. But whatever. They can be stupid about ordering fries. That's them problem.
I mean, they're stupid for ordering from McDonald's in the first place.
Yeah, true. Like, if you truly can't upgrade the size of the fries on the value menu, like, you're already a loser for getting McDonald's in the first place.
Yeah.
Anyway, on this day, I tell my son I want to do an experiment. Not a great start. I tell him after we get our food and get back to the car to take out all of his food, take my burger and give it to me, and stick my McNuggets and hold them in the back seat, so that the only thing left in the bag is my fries. Now, admittedly, a small fries at McDonald's isn't that many, but it's typically at least 20 to 30 fries. Who's counting? Why are you counting? The employees don't count. They just scoop it into the little bag and call it a day. Like,
Yeah.
why are you counting?
What? Like, very odd thing to, like, make a fuss about, but okay.
Yeah. Anyways, I tell him to put the bag with the fries on the console between my wife's and my seat, and to set up his phone to take a video of the bag from the back seat, which will record until I tell him to stop. I tell him that I'm not going to put my hand in the bag at any time, and I predict his mom will eat all of my fries. Sure enough, we're driving along, I eat my burger, make some small talk, see my wife's hand go into the bag several times. I ask my son for my McNuggets, I eat those. FYI, I eat them sauce-free so no mess in the car. I usually eat them sauce-free because I am not normal.
I also eat them sauce free.
Sauce-free
I also do this
nuggies.
thing where I bite the breading off first before I eat the nugget.
Isn't autism
Because I'm normal.
fun?
It's an autism fun.
Like, that sounds like an autism thing, right?
It's probably an autism thing.
Bro has definitely never worked fast food is funny to see because I know you also haven't worked fast food, Peachy.
I also haven't worked fast food.
That's fair.
I never want to.
Honestly,
I don't think I could handle being in a hot kitchen.
honestly, the only state that I think it is worth working fast food at all is California because the minimum wage for fast food work is $20 per hour.
Oh man.
But that's literally the only state that is worth working fast food in. Even that I'm still not 100% sure if it's really that worth it at 20 per hour. Definitely a lot more worth it than any other state, though.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. But anyways, right. Eat those, chit-chat further, all the while smirking to myself as I see my wife's hand go back into the bag some more. Finally, she says, "Okay, give me your garbage," and starts putting it in the McDonald's bag. I say, "What are you doing?" And she says, "Cleaning up." I say, "I still need to eat my fries." And she says, "We ate them all, honey." I'll admit I overreacted a bit here on purpose, incredulously announcing loudly, "What do you mean we ate them all? I haven't had any." To be clear, I wasn't mad. This was the result I expected anyway. But I tried to act mad while suppressing laughter. She said, "Don't be silly, I only had a couple." I repeated that I had not had a single fry and that I had video evidence to prove it. She said, "What do you mean?" And I said that Nick had taken a video the past 20 minutes or so, and you will not see me take any fries from that bag, so if they're all gone, it's because you ate them all. And she blew up at me and him in a way that I did not expect. Yelling about videotaping without consent, yeah. As if I had made a stereotype a sex tape or something egregious like that. You still shouldn't record people without consent, regardless of what you're
Yeah.
recording. Unless it's a cop.
Yeah.
Cops are the exception.
It is always ethical to videotape cops.
Mm-hmm. Like, their body cams are supposed to be on anyway.
Yeah.
Supposed to.
Supposed to. Keyword.
Yelling at Nick for going along with your father's foolish pranks, etc. I told her I just wanted her to understand that she eats more of my food than she realizes, and this is why I prefer to just get her a separate order of fries so that we can both enjoy our food without resentment. Backtracking to his solution of, like, just getting a larger order of fries, like, if the medium was too big, just order an extra small one.
Yeah.
If you can't, like, upgrade the size for the value meal for whatever reason. Anyways. She never watched the video, although I think she now believes that she did in fact eat all the fries. However, she's been ignoring me and worse, treating our son badly, blowing up at him for little things that never have bothered her before for the past 2 weeks. Expecting an apology for videotaping her, I guess. If you haven't apologized, that's duh.
Yeah, that's on you if you haven't apologized. You should apologize. Although she is also being a little like immature about this as well.
Yeah, like honestly, except for the kid, everyone's the asshole here, in my opinion.
Yeah,
But for
absolutely.
like different
The kid
reasons.
the kid was just doing it as he was told.
Yeah. Did we get the kid's age? Yes, 13. Yeah, kid's 13.
Yeah, kid's 13. Like he doesn't know better.
Yeah. Anyways, I thought this was a harmless way to make my point. Am I the asshole? I mean, you could have just been like, hey, kid, keep an eye on the bag. Let me know if you notice me grab any fries. Then we can both be like, yeah, no, I didn't grab any. Like, you ate them all. Shrug.
Yeah. Also, like, her deliberately gaslighting the OP, like, okay, gaslighting is maybe a strong word for it. But
Yeah,
like,
because like, I don't. She might have not fully realized that she actually single-handedly ate the fries. That's still very possible that she just didn't notice. She never reached in and grabbed some.
but at the same time, it's also just like, what do you mean we ate the
Yeah.
fries?
Like him throwing theatrics is honestly really funny if he hadn't reported.
Yeah. Like, I think the theatrics are very funny, but like recording without consent, that is like, you shouldn't do that, regardless. You should not take video or pictures without people's consent.
What would have been funny is that when she got back in the car with them, if one of like either he or the kid announced like, you have now entered like a recorded area, so that way she knows. Like that would have been funny.
By entering this car, you consent to being recorded.
Yes. She would be confused, but then you like explain it's like, yeah, we'll just see if you actually do eat all the fries or not. Like, and then she probably
Yeah,
on
like
board.
you
It's
could
like,
make a whole experiment out of it.
yeah. Because then she'd be also on board. It's like, oh, okay, sure. Fuck it. Let's find out if I do really eat all your fries then or something. Like, I don't know.
Plus, like if they're in a two-party consent state, they would need to like have her consent anyway.
Yeah. But also it just would have been like a lot more fun because then everyone would have been like involved with it and there would have been everyone's experiment, not just him and the kids.
Yeah.
Yeah. Trying to see if I can find good comments because the first one isn't super good. She's being childish, not the asshole. Like, yes, she is, but so is he. They're both the asshole.
Yeah, they're both assholes and they're both being childish about this.
Yeah. Oh boy, someone linked a Best of Redditor update to this.
Oh?
I'll look at that later, because this post itself isn't that old, so it's probably something that made them think of it.
Oh.
Some of the comments are like getting on the fact that like it's been 2 weeks with her treating the sun port like more nitpickily, and yeah, I guess that is a problem.
Yeah, that is absolutely a problem. Like, you shouldn't be mistreating your kid for going along with like a quote unquote prank.
Yeah.
Once again, the kid's 13. He doesn't know better.
Like they definitely
Kids are very stupid at that age.
Yeah, like they need to talk. Like, I don't know. If I were the husband, I wouldn't have let it go on for 2 weeks too. I'd have been like, okay, hey, it's been a few days. You're still upset. Sorry for whatever. Like, let's figure things out because this is starting to be a problem. Like,
Yeah.
a bigger problem than it needs to be. Peachy has said, plus didn't say she's really into eating healthy. I feel like she's in denial and doesn't want to admit she sometimes cheats by eating the fries. That's
No,
probably a
yeah.
factor and part of why she's probably overreacting a bit here. Hence the like it being 2 weeks now. But,
Yeah.
like, yes, she does deserve an apology for being videotaped. Like that shouldn't even be a question.
Yeah.
Eh. There are definitely better ways to have approached this, and there are definitely ways to approach this still and make it work out, but I don't know if those will be happening. Hopefully they learn to communicate with each other. That would help.
Hopefully.
Okay, so the best Redditor thing that was posted, like as a reply to things, was like, "Am I the asshole by not inviting a slow eater to dinner night out?" I'm curious, because
Hmm.
honestly, off the bat, yes.
Repeat the title. Like there's someone talking outside my door.
Explode
Um,
them.
I want to.
Uh, the title was "Am I the asshole by not inviting a slow eater to dinner night out?"
Yes.
Yeah, like even if you plan to like do something right after the dinner, accommodate for that. Like if you
Yeah,
know they're a
like
slow eater, adjust things.
just go earlier
Yeah, like,
to dinner.
or the thing after, plan that for later.
Yeah.
Like eating slowly is a good thing. I wish I ate slower.
I
Like,
also wish I ate slower.
okay, let's see. Apparently, minor adjustments were made for readability. Based off of the title alone, I'm not surprised. Sweats and Slow Eater, Patsu Peachy. Don't change. That's a good thing.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
Teach me your ways. Other than just staring at your phone for several minutes between bites. Because I know you do that sometimes. I know that's part of it. Uh, okay, so me, 35 male, and my wife, 37 female, are making plans to go to dinner with some family friends. Now, my wife is originally from Turkey, and sometimes going out to dinner in her country/culture run a bit long. However, it's usually because people socialize during dinner, not because people eat slow. That's fair. When I asked who was joining us, she names off 3 couples, changed their names to American for simplicity. That's fair. The Jones couple, Davidson couple, and Mattis couple. Now, the Joneses and Davidsons, I don't have an issue with and get along great. The Mattises, though, Kelly Mattis, is the slowest eater I've ever met. Good for them. Backstory: the first time we went out with the Mattis couple at a chain restaurant known for its pasta, she was slowly eating her salad. She ate each thing one at a time. Good for her. When the main course was brought out, she wasn't done with her salad. Okay. Then, when everyone else had finished eating the main course, she was not even a quarter into her meal. She was taking tiny little bites of her meal. Meanwhile, she's engaging in the conversation at the table with smiles and laughter, but everyone else ate and finished at a normal pace. What's normal? Anyways, our plates were taken away and hers remained with most of the food remaining untouched. She even got offended when the check was brought out and a server asked, "Can I box it up for you?" In which she replied, "I'm still eating." Almost 30 minutes later of us just sitting there, she only ate half of her meal and said, "Oh, I'm full." I mean, that's fair. Like, that's part of the benefits of eating slowly, that you feel
Yeah.
fuller sooner, or with like less food rather than sooner. But still, even at dinner parties, Kelly still eats painfully slow. It's painful to watch her take tiny little bites on kebabs, even though she's engaging in whatever conversation is going on at the table. I mean, duh. Like, of course she'll still engage in the conversation.
Yeah.
Has nothing to do with her bite sizes. Even when the coffee and dessert is brought out, she literally nibbles at her cake or fruit. So what? Let her live her best bunny life or something. I don't know. So I told my wife no to Mattis couple. I explained why, and she kind of agreed with me, but explains it's almost a quote, almost a cultural thing. What do you mean almost? I think this is poorly written. But people take their time with family and friends at the dinner table in Turkey. That's fair. However, I stood firm saying no because I didn't want the dinner to be dragged out longer than it had to be. My wife is kind of upset because she really likes Kelly's company and friendship. I asked if Kelly has a medical condition or social condition, hello,
Hello?
where she has to eat slowly and take tiny bites. Her response, not that I'm aware of. So, deal with it, dude. I don't know, man.
Literally.
So I again say no to the Mattis couple. This is the first time I downright do not want someone to join us for dinner. I like Bob Mattis, but can't stand his wife eating so fucking slowly. Am I the asshole for not inviting this couple because the wife is a painfully slow eater? Yes.
Yes.
FYI, dinner was great and everyone ate at a normal pace with no complaints. So what? Yeah, no, bro is focusing way too much on this other person's eating habits. Like, I guess it being like a whole half hour after everyone else is done eating for her to only get to like halfway through her plate and being like, yeah, okay, let's pack things up. But like, even then, if you know to expect that, like, shrug?
Like you should also eat slower.
Yeah, like, take it as a sense like, oh, maybe I can like slow down or something. I don't
Yeah,
know.
like just enjoy each other's company.
Yeah.
Like that's kind of like the point of like going out to eat with other people to me.
Mm-hmm.
Cuz like it's one thing to just like eat dinner by yourself. Like I think like you can eat however fast or slow you want to.
Mm-hmm.
But like if you're hanging out with your friends, like I'm someone who doesn't really love eating in front of people.
Mm-hmm.
Um so I tend to eat slower as well.
Mm-hmm.
Um but it's more just like even though I don't like eating in front of people, I go to like dinner events anyway because I want to hang out with my friends. And if they want to like grab a bite to eat, then like yeah, I'm gonna go with them to grab a bite to eat
Mm-hmm.
because I want to be with my friends.
Yeah.
It because it kind of sounds like that like to me it almost sounds like that OP doesn't like Kelly otherwise.
Yeah. Okay, seems like they also made another. So the original post was a "Am I the asshole?" post, but then they made another post under "Today I fucked up." So there will be like a little bit
Ooh.
of overlap. Um, so backstory: my wife has a close and awesome friend, Kelly, who is an incredibly slow eater. When I mean slow, I mean slow. I first noticed this when we went out for pasta. We had all finished our food, and she was only a quarter done. When the check came, the waiter asked if she could box up her food, but Kelly said, "I'm still eating." This wasn't the first nor was the last time. I asked my wife if she had a medical condition that forces her to eat slow, and she said no. I then asked her husband, Bob, through text, and again he said no. Bob mentioned that when they go out to eat with others, Kelly is too focused on people and the conversation that she doesn't eat. That's fair.
Yeah.
So, home when they eat, he absolutely does not talk to her or even look at her, which forces Kelly to eat at a normal or regular pace. That's kind of funny.
That is funny, yeah.
Yeah, I feel like low key kind of the same almost when like Peachy and I are eating together and we like are waiting to like go to another thing that's a little more time constrained. Like we talk a lot less, but it's not necessarily
Mhm.
me like purposefully not talking to her while she's eating. I think it's more of Peachy like drawing my like, I need to focus on eating, but like it's still
Mhm.
funny that like at home it's like nope, not even gonna look at you.
That's crazy. That's crazy to say.
Yeah. So then my wife started asking around her friends if they noticed Kelly eating slowly. To our surprise, the response was no, at least not until that point. That's fair. Because, like, when you're together, you're more focused on the conversation and what's happening, not necessarily their eating pace. Like,
Yeah.
what's this dude's damage?
Like
Join the conversation, dude, instead of paying attention to her plate.
literally.
Okay. My wife makes plans for a group of 7 of us to go out for dinner, but told me to choose the place. It's mostly other women involved. I asked if Kelly and husband were coming, and she confirmed that they were. So our party will be me, my wife, Kelly, Bob, and 3 other lady friends for dinner. I picked an all you can eat, but you cook your own food Korean barbecue place. The catch, you only have a 2-hour time limit. I thought this would force Kelly to eat at a normal pace. Nope. Honestly, having the 2 hour limit is really stressful. I think I've been to one place like that before, and I don't think we actually had to worry about that. I don't remember, but like it's so much like stressful in concept. It's like, what do you mean we only have like 2 hours?
Yeah.
I don't know. We were seated at 7:45. At the 2 hour mark, the waiter shut off our burners and brought the check. Kelly still had her first and second serving on her plate. She told the waiter, "I'm still eating." They kindly explained that we had hit our 2 hour limit and they needed the table. Kelly is obviously upset, but can't do anything about it. After we pay, we're outside the restaurant and the ladies are making plans to get coffee or something. Then it happened. "Kelly, can we go somewhere where they serve food? I'm actually still hungry." "Did you not eat enough in there?" From the wife. Kelly, "No, I didn't have a chance to finish since our time was up." Bob, "Seriously? We had 2 hours. What were you doing in those 2 hours?" You know, that's a fair question. Kelly, "It wasn't 2 hours. You're being unreasonable again." No. Friend one, "No, it was literally 2 hours. The waiter told us we had 2 hours at the beginning and we kept a timer. Do you not notice all the food we were cooking?" Kelly, "It could not have been 2 hours. There's no way. The timer must have been off. And I saw the food and it smelled really, really good." Oh, then why didn't you eat? Between me and OP, we alone had 9 servings between us. Like, Kelly, "Whatever. The point is, I'm hungry. Let's go somewhere they serve food." That's it's a little funny, but also like, girl.
Yeah. Like, part of me almost wonders if she has like time blindness.
Yeah, that definitely sounds probable with this situation.
Yeah.
The ladies looked a bit annoyed, but agreed to go somewhere they can have coffee and Kelly can eat. Honestly, boba places usually will have like some
Yeah.
like appetizers at least.
But also, if I remember correctly, in the first post, it said they were in Turkey. I don't know if they have boba places in Turkey.
They're not in Turkey, just they're Turkish immigrants, from my
Oh, okay.
understanding.
Okay.
Yeah, so
Misunderstood there.
hence it being a cultural difference that they're from
Okay.
Turkey, and hence the
Hmm.
more focus on socialization, etc., etc.
Hmm.
Apparently, Bob and I decided not to join them. Bob had to work the next day, so he went, and I watched to catch the last few night races, and I went home. At around 1:30 a.m., my wife returned home and told me the events that happened. They went to a Middle Eastern lounge slash restaurant, and the ladies ordered coffee and dessert, and Kelly ordered a meal. At 12:30, the ladies were ready to call it a night, and again, Kelly did not eat her entire meal. Girl. Girl, that's late.
That's very late.
Now everyone began questioning Kelly and her eating habits. You know what? That's kind of fair in this situation, because, girl. Uh, but being put on the spot and overwhelmed, Kelly went outside to calm down. That's fair. My wife followed her outside and tried to defuse the situation with Kelly, but she was very defensive. She tried to tell Kelly that it's not really a big deal, but people are now more aware and concerned of her eating habits since I, her husband, pointed it out, and her husband, Bob, confirmed it. Okay. Got a little confused there. It didn't help, and Kelly called her husband and went off on him. My wife took Kelly home, but they didn't talk much. I think the damage has been done. TLDR, wife is friends with a slow eater who doesn't have a health condition confirmed by her husband. Went out as a group to a Korean all-you-can-eat barbecue restaurant with a 2 hour time limit. Slow eater didn't finish. Wife, slow eater, and friends went for coffee and food. Slow didn't finish food. Everyone questioned her and possibly ruined friendships. That's rough.
Yeah, that is rough.
Ah, there's an update. Very good. Hey,
The
OP.
gift that keeps on giving.
Yep. Hey, OP here. Somehow someone sent a comment to me directly and found this. I appreciated the offer for reposting it. I tried to post other things, but rather use a secondary account so you can see a porthole of my life. Also, many times when I want to write, I get writer's fatigue, if that's a real thing. And so I just stop and delete. There are a lot of events based around his, but I'll keep it as brief as I can, and here's your update as you asked. A little confused by that, but that's okay. This all happened pre-COVID time, but literally the events feel like last week. After the Korean barbecue incident, my wife, still married today, went out with Kelly a few days later to figure out why she's the way she is. Okay.
Okay.
No, she doesn't have ADHD or anything else. In fact, from what my wife gathered, she's fine, except when it comes to eating in a social environment. Kelly is a very social Turkish woman. She loves to talk to everyone and anyone and wants to know about anything and everything. Why? I don't know. She's a yapper. And when at the breakfast, lunch, or dinner table, she just wants to socialize and hear people. So she forgets she's eating. It doesn't happen with tea or coffee, only with plates of food in front of her. But when no one is talking to her, she just eats. Her husband, Bob, still her husband, explained that to me several times, but he also stated that when anything doesn't go her way, she gets very busy. And if you add hunger to the mix, it'll be hell for him as she has to hear her complain. I feel like some pronouns got a little messed up there, but that's okay.
Yeah.
When lockdown happened, Bob and Kelly really worked on her social and eating skills at the same time. And after hearing Bob tell him how she managed, I'm surprised they were not divorced by now. Oh dear. According to him, the first time they tried to do something, it took Kelly 1.5 hours to eat 2 slices of pizza. He set his iPhone timer. That's crazy.
That is crazy.
Of course,
You put me in front of a pizza and it's gone.
fair. Of course, not believing Bob, Kelly thought he was exaggerating again. So Bob decided to record their next dinner without telling her. Oh man, when Bob showed her the recording and the time length of the recording, 2 hours 31 minutes, I assume it just says 2:31. For a homemade kebab skew and a salad, she went off, putting it mildly. Kelly was calling it an invasion of trust, an invasion of privacy, and feared that she was going to be labeled with a disorder. I don't think it's a disorder, but it's more like, hey, girl, focus, you're eating.
Yeah, girl, you came out of that one event saying like, "Hey, can we go somewhere else? I'm hungry." Like,
Yeah.
like, girl, just focus on your food.
Mm-hmm. And in the middle of lockdown, she left him that night. Oof. Well, she might not have a lot of close friends within the Turkish community, but no one let her in. Oof.
Ooh.
And she even came to our house where she didn't come in because you were sick, non-COVID. So Kelly went back to Bob and they talked it out. After hours of arguing, they both came up with a plan of action on how to quote-unquote fix Kelly. The solution, when you're not talking, you're eating. As simple as that was, Kelly never did that. You would think that when you're with friends at a dinner table and you're not talking, you're eating. Well, not Kelly. She would talk directly or indirectly and look at the general direction of the conversation and be immersed with it. Even if she had food in her hand, she wouldn't eat it. With patience and consistent practice, Bob was able to get Kelly to a little over an hour for a steak dinner. Okay, that's fair. That's reasonable.
Yeah, like, I feel like a steak dinner, you're allowed to take your time with it. So,
Yeah, so like a little over an hour. That's fine. That's
yeah.
passable. When it seemed like the issue had been resolved, it wasn't. On the first night restaurant restrictions were lifted, our Turkish friend group met up at a sushi place. Kelly went right back to her old ways. It was bad. Kelly wouldn't shut up. I mean, I feel like in this case it's because you guys haven't had the chance to like sit down, so it was like, yes,
Yeah.
yap. The yapping intensifies.
Like, she wants to catch up with you guys.
Yeah. She literally hijacked a lot of the conversations at the table. In fact, she had ordered 3 specialty rolls and only ate half of one. Oh dear. And as usual, she complained when the waitstaff ordered her boxes for her rolls. Waitstaff weren't touching any plates then. That's fair. Now, 2 months later, we met up again with Bob and Kelly at a Middle Eastern restaurant, and she got a lot better. She actually finished her meal. It seemed like the first night was an outlier. Yeah, I mean, of course it is. It was like the first time you guys were able to get back together, so of course there would be a lot to talk about.
Yeah,
so.
she was excited to see you guys again.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah, she's a puppy seeing you guys after years.
Yeah, she's a dog whose like owner just came back from war.
Yeah. I asked Bob what he did, and all he said was, same thing, retrained her. That's a funny way to put it. It's not wrong, but it's still funny.
Yeah.
That was the last time we went out for dinner with them. We'd have barbecues at friends' places or gatherings at the community center, but no more eating out restaurants with Bob and Kelly. In 2022, Bob and Kelly moved to Florida, a move they regret to this day. I mean, it's Florida, understandable.
It's fucking Florida. Of course they regret it.
Yeah. Well, I don't speak or text Bob as normal anymore. My wife still keeps in contact with Kelly almost weekly. She has found a therapist in Miami that's helping her with other fears she has. Fear of being labeled is big, and fear of missing out. And
Hmm.
going out to eat is less frequent in Florida as it's more expensive. However, when Bob and Kelly do go out, it seems to be a hit or miss all the time. What my wife has said was that the Turkish community of Florida do call out Kelly more if she's eating too slow. I asked why we didn't do that here. My wife's response was, why? We're supposed to socialize. That's fair. But it sounds like a thing that has like a happy ending. It's like, okay, she knows that it is in fact a problem, and now it's resolved. That's good.
Hmm.
Commenter, what a miserable dining experience with your loved one that'd be. I wonder how they made it past the first date. You know, that's kind of fair. Uh, OP was like, okay, so I need a reason to contact Bob this morning. Thanks for the question. Make him tell his POV really deserves a post on its own, but where would it fit? According to Bob, they did not eat on their first few dates. In fact, their first date was just tea and coffee by the lake and then a walk through the park. That sounds fun.
That sounds so nice, actually.
And the second day was just dessert. It wasn't until a month or so later that they actually went to a cafe before a match, and that's when he started noticing she was very sociable and a slow eater. She didn't know the couple sitting next to them, and yet she started a full convo with them. However, it didn't raise a red flag because it was a cafe and it was a match night. That's fair.
Hmm.
Like, it's not necessarily a red flag, anyways. It's just,
Yeah,
hey, problem to fix.
it's something that you need to adapt to
Yeah, like it's a
if you're gonna like date that person.
yeah, it's a beige flag at worst.
Yeah.
It wasn't until they got serious and he brought her home to meet his parents that it became obvious something was off. They sat at the dinner table for more than 3 hours, and she ate less than half her meal. Oh dear.
Girly pop.
Now, this happens on big holidays or celebrations where there's a lot of drinking and desserts going on nonstop, but there was none of that. Her mom loved her, and his dad was, as he put it, on a seesaw. How did he find the cure to stop her eating slow? He had gone to a Turkish cut match and threw out his voice from all the cussing and cheering. The next morning at breakfast, she tried to converse with him, but he couldn't say anything. So, she just ate. That's kind of funny.
That's really funny.
He said he felt bad, but then he didn't to then he did it when he noticed she was eating like a regular person, and the rest is history. But still to this day, his words not mine, fucking hates going out to eat, especially in Turkey. That's fair. Well, not so much in Florida because from time to time when she tries to talk to the table next to them, she's quickly shot down when the people only speak Spanish. That is funny.
Hmm.
Yeah, no, they are in the US.
Yeah. They are just Turkish,
Yeah.
which
Well, that's kind of funny.
yeah.
Hmm. There's two other best of Redditor updates that catch my attention here.
Oh.
One of them is my boyfriend, 28 male, has been collecting my 24 female rent for a free house. This zone is apparently concluded. And then the other one that caught my attention is new update 2.5 years later. My son's friend's parents want to adopt him.
Oh, I think I watched a video with the second one in it.
Which one should we read first? I feel like we should read both.
We should absolutely read both.
Mm-hmm.
As for which one first, I'm not sure.
BT, you choose.
Go, my peachy.
You feel like you haven't heard of either of those? Okay, and that it doesn't matter if you heard of either of them. Pick one. Which one are we starting with? We'll read both. The house one. Okay. There is a trigger warning for exploitation and borderline theft. Yay.
Wahoo!
Okay, the first post was from apparently 2018, for some context there. I've been living with my boyfriend for a year. I'm a graduate student, so I have a very minimal income, and I'm very upset about this, but my boyfriend says he was trying to do something nice. My boyfriend and I moved in together to a house that he found. He arranged all the landlord stuff and told me to send $1,000 per month to the landlord's bank account. This is a very normal rent for our area, but I could have probably spent less if I lived in an apartment. I had been doing so for the last year, only to find out yesterday from his mom that his parents actually own the house and they aren't charging us rent.
Oh wait, I've heard this one before. This was also in a video I watched.
Naturally.
A video I watched like earlier this morning, actually.
I mean, this is posted 10 hours ago as concluded, so I guess that makes sense. Upon hearing,
This story's from a while ago, though.
yeah, the original post, but the
Okay.
best of Redditor update marked as concluded was posted 10 hours ago.
Okay, gotcha.
Yes, okay. Upon hearing this, I asked my boyfriend about the 13K that he has had me send to some account, and he told me that he was doing this for me as a gift to give back later so I could see how much I've saved. Ugh. I'm livid. I'm not irresponsible with money. I have no debt and I even have some savings. Over the last year, there have been things I've had to miss out on because they just weren't financially feasible without this money. There have been some times when I couldn't get my tires replaced, or couldn't get a new blazer to replace my threadbare one, so my boyfriend got to swoop in and save the day. It always made me feel so bad that he could live just fine on his salary, not that much higher than mine, but I couldn't live well on mine. Now I know that's because he wasn't spending 1,000 less than I was every month. Yeah, that's.
Yeah.
I don't know what to do. I feel upset and uncomfortable about the whole situation, but my boyfriend won't listen to me. He keeps saying that this was supposed to be a surprise gift and I'm taking it the wrong way. I don't know what to think. Am I overreacting? No. If anything, maybe
No.
underreacting.
Yeah.
TLDR, boyfriend has been collecting rent for a free house and putting it into an account to give to me later, even though I've been struggling to keep up with the quote-unquote rent payments. Added to clarify that his parents didn't seem to know anything about this and were under the impression that neither of us was paying rent. Oh boy. Relevant comments. You aren't overreacting, he broke your trust and doesn't really respect you if it's true. I'd ask for the money back now. How do you even know he still has it, really? This would be relationship ending in my book. He's treating you like a child, not a partner. Yeah. OP was said, I asked for it yesterday and he got very angry. He said that if he gives it back while I'm mad at him, I'll leave him, that I owe him anyway for the ties he supported me financially. I know I should pay him back some of it, but I certainly don't owe him 13K. More like 1K. Ooh.
Yeesh.
There's a point where you just bring in a lawyer.
Yeah, this is definitely a situation where you lawyer up.
Yeah, and guess what? She'll probably be owed a lot more than just 13K.
Yeah.
Another comment is, oh no, honey, there's so many issues here. First of all, what the fuck are you doing just trusting your boyfriend to handle your entire living situation? You never asked to see or sign a lease. You didn't ask to know the total rent or ever want to meet the landlord yourself. You have boundary and independence issues out the way. That being said, your boyfriend literally stole your money and lied to you. Is manipulative and psycho. Immediately ask for your money back, move out, and break up with him. I signed a lease and was told that the total rent was 2K per month. I didn't sit down and read every single term because I trusted my boyfriend. That's fair. Can I sue my boyfriend for fake rent that he took from me? Was put in legal advice. That's fair. I was sent here by our relationships and put a more detailed post over there. My boyfriend and I moved into a house together a year ago. My boyfriend told me to deposit 1K per month for rent into an account for our landlord. Turns out his parents own the house and they haven't been charging either of us rent. Turns out he has been saving this money to give me as a gift later. I've seen a bank statement. He will not give me the money right now because he says I'll take it and leave him. During the last year, my boyfriend has helped me out a couple times financially, and he says he can just keep all the money, although he's probably spent only about 1K on me, not the full 13K. I know I probably fucked up by sending the money directly into the account. Is there a way to legally get that money back? Relevant comments. Did you sign a lease of any sort? If not, your boyfriend was charging you 1,000 per month in rent. It doesn't matter if he was not being charged rent himself. Shouldn't this post say ex-boyfriend? So true. The lease doesn't say anything about rent. I looked back on it and it basically says that he won't trash the house or move other people in. His parents didn't know about any of this as far as I know. It's their house, not my soon-to-be ex-boyfriend's. So there was a lease, and you have it in writing, and it says the apartment is being rented to both of you, rent-free, and you and your boyfriend both signed it. The lease just says nothing about paying rent. His mom is the owner of the house, and I have a message from her that says she wasn't being paid rent and that neither of us was being charged. Oof. He extorted you. Get the fuck out. His reasoning is a lie to obfuscate what he actually did. So true.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, and the final update was also from 2018. And the final update was posted still in legal advice. I figured this merited an update. I told my ex-boyfriend I was moving out with or without the money. He told me that if I left him, he could keep the gift for himself. Quote-unquote gift. I told him whatever and called his mother and told her I was leaving. She asked why and I told her the whole story. She asked me to give her a few minutes and then she would get back to me. I heard her call my ex in the other room and could hear her yelling at him through the phone. She called me back and told me to take pictures of the rooms. I sent them to her and she gave me the all clear over text. She also sent me an apology for my ex's behavior. And I left and thought that was that. A few days later, I got a check in the mail for 15K from my ex's mom. Not exactly justice because the original money was indeed probably gone, but I walked away feeling pretty good about the whole thing. That's fair.
W mother-in-law.
Yeah. Because I'll take it and leave him. Gee, I wonder why. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Like, for all intents and purposes, she was absolutely being extorted.
Yeah. At least the mom did the right thing, so.
Yeah, and like fucking went off on her son as well.
Mm-hmm.
Like, deserved.
Mm-hmm. Fuck that guy in particular.
Literally, but also not literally.
Yeah.
Don't have sex with this man.
Yeah, do not have sex with this man. He does not deserve it. Okay, back to the other one. New update 2.5 years later. My son's friend's parents want to adopt him. Let's see. Trigger warning. Attempted kidnapping.
I wonder why.
Okay, the original post was from 2023. All names have been changed to protect everyone involved. Yay!
Yay!
I, 24 female, am a single mom to my son, Owen, 8. It's been just us since day one. I can read so good.
You're the best at reading.
Sure. His father isn't in the picture and has been able to avoid child support for years now. Yes, I've tried everything. Yeah. My own parents disowned me. I had to drop out of high school and have worked a myriad of jobs since then to keep us afloat. That's rough.
Yeah.
We aren't on the poverty line by any means, but we definitely live paycheck to paycheck in a one-bedroom apartment. It's not ideal, and I hope within the next couple of years we'll be someplace bigger. For now, it's our situation. That's fair. Why do men? Great question. I've raised Owen to know that money isn't everything. We may not have a lot. He won't always have the newest this or that, but we have each other. The two of us are very close. He has never gone without the basics, but I admit he doesn't get a lot of fun extras. I try to save a little here and there to make birthdays and holidays fun, but it's still never anything glamorous, and I think Owen was fine with that. until recently anyway. In our area, all the public schools are based on a lottery system. That's crazy.
I was crazy once.
So your child has a fair shot of going to any of them so long as you put in their name. How many kids are there that it has to be a lottery system for public school though? Like that's crazy.
Yeah.
Our neighborhood school is not great and in a pretty crappy area, so I decided to put him in a different one across town. It's near my job, so it works out. That's nice. Last year, when he was in second grade, he met Charlie. They began hanging out a lot after school, went with Owen going to his place. I met Charlie's parents, Nate and Paige, a couple of times before this began. They seemed very nice and supportive. Owen always had a great time at their house. Charlie occasionally came to our apartment, but usually they were at his place, which made sense. I work and there's really not much for them to do here even when I am off. Summer breaks were easy to find care as there are several free or low cost camps that I can put Owen. Blech. It's the shorter breaks such as Christmas and spring that are harder. Cam space is limited? Cam?
Huh?
I feel like that's a typo. It might be camp, too, because they mentioned camps for the other ones.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah. Spring break of 2022, I managed to just miss registration. Paige is a stay-at-home mom and offered to take Owen for the week. I was hesitant to ask for so much of her, but she insisted. We had a really fun time with them. They did a ton of activities, and Paige refused my attempts to pay her back at least some. I couldn't afford all. That's fair. I admit I did feel a tad uncomfortable with her spending this much on my son, but at the same time I didn't want to deprive Owen of this stuff. Summer came, and while I did get Owen into camp, he spent a lot of time with Charlie as well. He ended up going on vacation with them. I was, again, very hesitant, but the experience was something I could never give Owen, and it wasn't too far away. He had a blast. I kept telling Nate and Paige that there's no way I could ever pay them back, and they kept insisting that they loved having Owen around. They told me what a great kid he is. Sweet, respectful. Based off the title, I'm, starting to get, Because in general, this is nice, but, knowing what's to come, it's, Yeah, the vibes are off.
The vibes are extremely off.
Yeah.
I dare say they're rancid.
Yeah. At one point, I really pressed Paige as to why she was so insistent on having Owen around so much. That's when she told me that they never planned for Charlie to be an only child, but all attempts at giving him a sibling just didn't happen. They know that Owen will never make up for not having a brother, but if they can give him a consistent playmate so he's not lonely, they'll do it. Should this have been a red flag? Maybe. Yeah. But at the same time, I found it sweet that the boys considered each other brothers. I thought it was innocent. Surely Paige and Nate knew the truth, right? Right? The fact that the right is put there twice is Because, in a vacuum, that stuff alone is fine, but it's not in a vacuum. There's more to this.
Yeah.
This continued for a bit, and come Christmas break of 2022, Paige and Nate insisted that I would not even bother to try to get Owen into a camp, that they'd take care of him for me. I was grateful. They ended up getting him more Christmas gifts than I did. I tried to set my pride aside because it was about Owen, not me. This is still when things finally started seeming off to me. I understood a gift on his birthday, and while they didn't get him as many gifts as they got Charlie, it was a lot more than you would typically get for your kid's friend. Fast forward to now, spring break was last week, and this time Paige and Nate didn't just offer to take care of him during the day while I worked. They asked if Owen could spend the entire week at their house. Honestly, it meant I could pick up some more shifts and save up for the bike Owen wants for his birthday. So I said yes. Okay, fair. I went to pick him up Saturday afternoon. The kids were playing out back, so Nate and Paige asked to talk to me. They sat me down and said they love Owen and he's always such a joy to have. I thanked them profusely for all they'd done for him. Paige suggested that Owen stay a little longer. I pointed out that Easter was Sunday, plus school started up on Monday. They said they could take him to school. I felt weird and said no, it was time for Owen to come home. That's when Nate suggested that Owen stay with them long term. I could still see him, but they would take care of him. I thought they were joking and said, what, you'd be his guardians or something? They got quiet, and the reality rushed over me. I pointed out that this wasn't a movie. They can't just get custody. They started spouting some legal stuff about how I could assign them as guardians so they would help make this transition smooth. They told me to think about Owen and what's best for him. I told them there was no way in hell I was going to give up my son. I grabbed Owen and we left. I've blocked their numbers. Owen has no clue what's going on. I'm keeping him home tomorrow and took the day off work to figure some stuff out. Legally, they can't take him, but now I know what they want and I'm terrified. I don't want him going back to that school. Do we move? I'm so lost. And I feel so stupid because looking back, all the warning signs were there. Ooh. I know Owen's going to be devastated losing Charlie, Paige, and Nate. How am I ever going to explain it to him? Yeah. Oof. In response to some now removed accusations of neglect, I can take care of my kid. He's never gone hungry. The lights are always on. He has clothes, albeit sometimes from Goodwill or donations. We lived in our car briefly when I was 17, but I pulled us out of that situation and will never be in that place again. I have health insurance. He goes to the doctor, has his vaccines. He doesn't have an iPad or summer vacations, but he does have his love. His favorite stuffed giraffe that I got him when I was pregnant, a love for the park. He isn't deprived. He has a good life. I love him and I'm never going to give him up. That's cute. But also, single moms do have to go through some of the worst shit. It's fucked up. We live in a society.
Yeah. Like, it feels like Paige and Nate are, like, shaming her for being a single mother.
Yeah.
Like...
Like, they're shaming her for being a single mother, and then also they really want another kid to the point of just taking someone else's. Like, that's kind of...
No, literally. That's fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if Owen were being neglected, that would be one thing.
Yeah.
But he's clearly not.
Yeah. And she also clearly loves him still, too.
Yeah, she loves and adores him.
Mm-hmm.
Like, she's doing her best for her child.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I just... Why?
Yeah. Another comment was, maybe those parents have been turned down by foster/adoption agencies. That definitely sounds likely.
That sounds likely because they're fucked up enough to do this.
Yeah. OP said, I suspected this too. It seems like they don't want another child. They want Charlie to have a permanent playmate/buddy. And I don't know much about the system, but if they were as honest as they were with me, I could see them turn down. Yeah. Now there was an update from later that day. Post won't let me update directly, so here it is in the comments. There's no way I can respond to everyone, so I want to say thank you for the advice. While I understand those saying they potentially meant well and weren't trying to be offensive, it's still a risk I can't take. It's not like they offered to take care of him every so often. They wanted him full-time permanently. Yeah. To those who said I should just let them, please pass me whatever drugs you were on. I'll never give up my son. Do we have the newest this or that? No, we have our needs met. I love my son and I'm not letting him go. As for everyone else, I took your advice and reached out to the school. I told them that Paige and Nate are no longer allowed to pick up Owen, and I explained that I do not feel safe with them around each other. They understood. There's not much they can do outside making sure they never pick him up. It's too late in the year to move classes, but next year Charlie and Owen will not be in the same class. I notified the police, but again, they can't do much. We have 0 in writing, and a simple request to have my child isn't really breaking any laws. Unfortunately, all I can do is hope that they don't try anything. Yeah. I still haven't spoken to Owen. I think it's fine if he talks to Charlie and plays with him at school, but I have to find a way to explain why they can't have playdates or sleepovers, as well as to never to go anywhere near Nate and Paige. I guess that'll come in time. I'll update again if anything happens. I hope this is the end. As some of Nate and Paige's defenders said, they did take my sneeze.
Bless you.
Sneezing while reading is a time. Anyways, so hopefully they realize how totally out of bounds they were and leave us alone. One can hope. But there's another update from the next day. Monday night, I talked to Owen and explained that Nate and Paige were not safe. He was confused and I explained that they wanted to take him away from him. I think it spooked him as he started crying, saying he didn't want to leave me and he didn't want to see them again. I held him and assured him he wasn't going anywhere. He understands he is never to go anywhere with them and that the school is taking measures to protect him. I said he could still talk and play with Charlie at school. He said he doesn't want to. I was honestly worried he'd hate me, but you all were right. Telling him the full story made him realize how serious it was. He understands the gifts and trips will stop, and he says he's alright with it. Also, I wanted to address one last thing. I've gotten a few people offering me money or gifts. Please do not do that. I am very appreciative, but that was not the purpose of this post. If you wish to do something, please donate to your local shelter or other charity. Elle and I are not in need. I'd rather see it go to other people who need it. I didn't see Nate or Paige at drop off, and I never got in any contact, but then again, I did block everywhere. Thank you all for your help. I'll update if anything else happens. Hopefully, it won't. I'm glad the conversation with Owen went well.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And then another update from 4 days later. I have tried to post this update in Chew Off My Chest, but it keeps getting auto-deleted. Since I have so many followers, I figured I'd update here and hopefully it gets around. Well, what everyone feared would happen did. Tuesday, he returned to school. I told him he could still talk with and play with Charlie, and was hesitant to drop him off, but I figured you can't live in fear. Most afternoon, my son takes the bus to a local rec center for aftercare. I had already told the school everything, and that Nate and Paige were not to pick Owen up. I managed to call and even make sure he got on the bus. Aftercare was also made aware of the change on pickup list. Well, a half hour later, I got a call that Paige had tried to pick up my son. The front desk refused to release him. I didn't say why, just that she was no longer on the list. She wouldn't leave and the police were called. She was escorted out of the building. While she wasn't brought to jail, there is a police report, and I'm using this to go to court to get an order of protection. Paige and Nate are also banned from the rec center, so if they do show up, they'll get arrested for trespassing. The police are working on ways to protect us, and the local social services offices have been made aware of the situation, so should they try to make a claim, they're aware of the situation. Damn.
Yeesh.
Yeah. Yeah, good on the mom for covering all her bases. Very good.
Yeah. Yeah, she was very thorough. If I were in that position, I fear I would miss something.
Mm-hmm.
So good on her.
Yeah. A relevant comment to that update says, thank you for the update. I am pulling for you. Great job in getting your ducks in a row at school and aftercare. They're starting to show their true colors. Please keep a careful eye out and be prepared. Talk with your son some more and make sure he understands a little better to not leave with them. And OP was like, thank you. I spoke to him Monday evening, so he knew what he was walking into on Tuesday. It freaked him out a lot, and he said he absolutely didn't want to leave me, so his awareness to never go with them. And then there's the new update that came out September 28th, 2025. Very new.
That wasn't that long ago.
Yeah. 2.5 years later. The update was an update on our lives 2 years later. It was posted just directly on their own thing. I hadn't realized it had fully been nearly 2.5 years since I gave an update to our lives, but I thought about this whole saga recently, found the account, and realized 3K of you follow this now, plus it seems I still get requests for an update. After this happened, I wanted to stay in the area we lived in, if anything, because I couldn't afford to move us. I ended up transferring Owen to a different after-school program. We still remained friends with Charlie at school. Apparently, even Charlie would call his parents weird and said he was angry with them for making it so Owen couldn't go over there after school. The rest of the year passed by awkwardly, but initially the school did a good job of making sure Nate and Paige were not anywhere near my son. I was told that they wouldn't be allowed to volunteer anymore, as Paige often did prior to everything. Summer soon came. Owen started his usual camps, and I thought all was well. I had initially been told that the boys would not be put in the same class the following year. It had been too late in the year to move either of the boys. Yeah, I remember that in that update. But when I brought Owen to school on the first day, I saw Charlie's name on the door. It's a small school, and they have a unique class name, so I knew it wasn't a coincidence. I spoke with the principal and was told it was impossible to keep them in separate classes, and there were factors I just couldn't possibly understand. I regretfully didn't fight as hard because I assumed Paige and Nate were still banned from volunteering. It was like a horror movie receiving a letter from the room of moms of the class. Typically a letter I receive every year talking about fundraising, volunteer opportunities, when they raise money for teacher gifts, etc. Paige's name was right at the bottom. I once again spoke to the principal and was told that they couldn't keep Paige away from the school. She donated a lot of money, was great with the kids. They said since that we had no incidents in 5 months at the point, we had to let it go. I tried to. I thought maybe things have changed. but it brought me so much anxiety every time I thought about that woman near my son. That's fair.
Mhm.
The school was refusing to protect him. What if things hadn't changed? I debated switching schools, but this was the best in our area and I couldn't afford private. I repaired my son. He said he wouldn't try to go with her and would scream if she tried to take him. Yeah. Great with kids. Okay, but what? She's trying to steal another one. I know, right?
Literally, like at the very least, other parents should be made aware.
Yeah. Sure enough, first class party of the year, my son said Paige was there, and Owen said she kept trying to talk to him. She kept asking him to come over and even wanted my new phone number. I changed it for obvious reasons after everything went down. Thankfully, Owen knew better, but I saw him the rest of the year flashing before my eyes. Paige finding ways to be around my son, potentially breaking him down. Since the school didn't give a shit, I had nightmares of them letting her kidnap him. I knew we couldn't stay long, but again, I was broke, working a crap job, and couldn't just pack up and leave. So I started applying for some new jobs out of our city. As it was, I had one job working in retail, but I picked up house cleaning shifts and occasionally some babysitting shifts in between. I took a chance and applied for a live-in nanny position in the city about 3 hours away. I didn't think I'd have a shot at it, especially as I had a kid. But I met with the parents and they were so kind, so sweet. They're more than happy to let me bring Owen with me and let us live with them. They had an in-law suite I could live in as long as I was working there. It was only one bedroom, but Owen and I were used to that. He was a little sad about leaving his friends, but we jumped at the opportunity. Probably supposed to be jumped. Yeah, jumped at the opportunity makes a lot of sense. Not zoomed.
Me when I zoom.
Zooming on over to you. I admit I was nervous to put ourselves in a similar situation as before. What if these people enticed my son and wanted to take him? But thankfully they weren't like that. They were kind to Owen, but they maintained boundaries. I even told them our story and they were horrified that this had ever happened to us, and assured me they wouldn't never try to take my son. I was making better money living with them, and since I didn't have rent or utilities to worry about, I was able to save up more than usual. Owen thrived in his new school. The best part was he got to spend time with me and the little ones I took care of. No more crazy hours, no more after school programs. After 8 years, we finally caught a break. The family recently outgrew their need for a nanny, but they were happy to help me find a new job. This position isn't live-in, but I was able to save up for a down payment on a condo, something I never thought would happen. For the first time in 10 years, Owen has his own room, something that both excited him, but he was also a little scared. With the help of my old bosses, who are now good friends of ours, we were able to decorate. And my new bosses are so kind, and again, totally fine with me bringing their baby with me to pick up Owen and having him around. I haven't heard from Nate and Paige since April 2023. My son occasionally mentions Charlie, and I know he misses his buddy, but he's also relieved about where we are. I hope for Charlie's sake that his parents have calmed down. Maybe they've learned their lesson. If anything, so they won't prey on another woman in my situation. I don't speak to anyone from our old city, no friends there, so I have no way of knowing. Sorry if that's not a fun update. But that's where we are, happy, healthy, and doing well. I'm 26 now, but many days feel like I'm 42. I'm in a new relationship now, dating seriously for the first time since Owen was born. I have a group of friends who are also nannies. It took me 8.5 years to gain a support system, still haven't spoken to my parents. Owen's father will never be a part of the picture, but we finally have a family. Still, he often tells me that if all of it went away like Nate and Paige did, he'd be happy with just us. God, he knows how to make his mama cry. Anyways, thank you all for the support and concern over the years. Much love to you all. That's cute.
That's a really good update. I'm
Mm-hmm.
glad all ended well, but also Paige is fucking scary.
Yeah.
Like I this might be a strong word to use, but it felt like grooming behavior.
Yeah. No, I see what you mean.
Like obviously like not in the usual sense of like
Yeah.
an adult grooming a minor,
Yeah.
but like very much trying to groom him into being like, oh, you can come stay with us, you can be our son. like
Yeah.
like gross, ew, stop.
Yeah.
Like you heard no the first time, just respect that.
Yeah. Ugh. But happy ending good. Yay.
Yay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad she's in a better situation, sincerely.
Mm-hmm. I'm glad she's doing well.
I'm glad she has a support system, and I'm glad she's in a relationship that seems nice and healthy for her.
Mm-hmm. The fuck is today? I fucked up by not realizing I was in a committed relationship while I was being dumped. Like, huh? How
Huh?
how do you get to that point? Trigger warning: gaslighting, manipulation. Because this is still on Best of Redditor updates. That's crazy. Ah, mood spoiler: insane and raging. Good to know.
Cool.
Okay, we're in for a doozy with this one for sure.
Oh yeah.
Okay. I was just dumped a couple of hours ago, but it didn't go how I thought it was supposed to go. What does that mean?
What does that mean?
In my view, I have been seeing this guy for a couple of months casually. Sometimes we see each other 3 or 4 times a week. Casually, and you're seeing each other that often?
Yeah, that sounds a little more than casual.
Yeah. Sometimes once every 2 weeks. Yeah, like sometimes you don't even see coworkers that often. Like,
Yeah.
we text but nothing in depth. Okay, because you're busy being together with each other. Like, we hang out, hook up, sometimes spend the night, and rinse and repeat. I'm paraphrasing what happened today. Like, how does that seem just casual to you?
Like if they mean casual in that their relationship is like mostly them hooking up, then like that makes sense, but at the same time like that often?
Yeah, that often? Like, that's a
That often?
lot. That's a lot.
That's a lot.
He wanted to talk, so I met him for breakfast today at his place. He was very apologetic and sad and said, "This has been great getting to know you, but I don't think this is working out anymore." I basically said, "Okay, do you want to have breakfast?" In my head, I was like, he's ending the casual relationship. It's fine because we had this talk in the beginning about either of us ending it whenever. He just kept looking at me while we were eating, and finally he said, "You know, you don't have to hold it in. It's okay to be sad." I was confused, so I said, "Why would I be sad? I enjoyed my time with you. It's ended." This is crazy. He then said, "Well, we were in a relationship, so it's not like ending a hookup." This is
My
where,
flabbers are gasted.
yeah, this is where I fucked up. I said, "Yeah, but it was a casual relationship." He said, "What do you mean casual? We've been exclusive for over 3 months now." Wait.
Huh?
No, we haven't. We never had to talk about being exclusive. We literally met up to do fun activities and then hook up. When did we decide we're exclusive? Maybe when you decided to see each other 3 or 4 times a week.
Yeah,
You
like
don't have time to hook up with anyone else.
yeah.
Like,
Like by definition, like it sounds like you two were exclusive.
how are you this disconnected from the situation?
Girly pop.
Girl.
I think this is on you.
My face showed that this was brand new information to me. He said, "We kept spending time together. It was implied that we were exclusive." No, I wasn't, and I told him that. He then asked if I had been seeing other people, to where I was just silent, which basically answered for him. How do you have time to see other people?
Literally, how do you find the time?
Are you unemployed? Are you in need, and that's why you have this much time to fuck around, literally?
Do you, like are you just no-lifing dating apps? Like, girl.
Maybe. Oh, God. He started yelling and getting angry because I wouldn't answer his questions, but I literally felt like I was having an out-of-body experience. It was too much information to process at once. I left because he was saying I cheated on him. He's now blowing up my phone and saying that we have to have a talk because he's been loyal while I haven't. I just don't even know what to say. Like, what? We never had to talk about exclusivity. I feel like that's fair. Like, that definitely seems like there's miscommunication in general, but like, girl.
Yeah, like he can't just assume implied exclusivity. That's one thing I will give her.
Yeah.
But at the same time,
I don't blame
like,
him for doing that assumption.
yeah, like I like I I'm at a loss for words.
Yeah. TLDR, I was hooking up with a guy. He thought we were exclusive. I thought it was casual. He dumped me and then got mad that I cheated on him while we were exclusive. We never had to talk about being exclusive. I'm now hiding from him because he wants to talk. I mean,
I mean, I think you should still talk.
yeah. The top comments. Communication is apparently a superpower nowadays. Apparently. This is the perfect scenario for a Seinfeld episode. I just text him, tell him there's nothing to talk about in his next relationship. He should make it clear and not think because he thinks something is implied that it is, then block him. Life is too short for drama. That's fair.
That is fair, but also like I do think there is some discussion on her part to be had.
Yeah, like I don't know. Messy.
Like it just sounds like these two weren't right for each other.
No, definitely not. Update from months later. I would be surprised if this post wasn't deleted, but I made a post a few months ago about finding out I was in a committed relationship while being dumped. The post was deleted and I honestly forgot about making it. Basically, in the original post, I thought I had a friends with benefits situation with a friend, but I thought it was something more, and when he was dumping me, I found out he thought we were exclusive for 3 months, and that us being in a relationship was implied, though we had never talked about being anything other than casual. Just to answer some questions, A, how are we able to see each other so much? We're college students. Our apartments are literally a street apart. We could go to each other's all the time, whenever we wanted. Okay.
Okay.
But still.
Yeah.
B, what was the relationship like? We would literally text each other memes or funny things or ask when the other person was free to hook up. There was no in-depth convos, dates, or anything like that. Sometimes we would hook up multiple times a week, sometimes once in 2 weeks. Okay. Fair, I guess. That definitely sounds like a lot more casual with no in-depth conversations or proper dates.
Yeah.
Okay, see, what were the fun activities? Movies, bowling, indoor golf, and just walking on a trail, etc. We're in college and not rich. Those are dates.
Those are dates.
Those are fucking dates.
Girly, those are dates.
She's a little dumb, but it's okay.
And those sound like fun dates, too.
Yeah. Girl.
Like, these aren't activities. These aren't like little outings. Those are dates, girl.
Yeah. D, was what was expected discussed. Yes, in detail. Before we started a sexual relationship, we discussed what we expected, the rules, what we wanted, and what we would do if someone changed their mind. We both wrote the rules down in our phones, and the biggest rule is to communicate if something changed for you. Fair. E, how many people were you hooking up with? One other person, believe it or don't, but I had him and another person. If one was busy, another was usually available. Fair enough, I guess.
Yeah, sure, man.
Good for her, I guess. I don't know. F, did he know you were hooking up with other people? I told him early on I was talking/hooking up with another person, but I didn't explicitly tell him who that person was. I use protection and have been tested for both. That's good, but, no.
Yeah, like, good on you for keeping yourself clean.
Yeah. Girly pop is efficient, correct? After me leaving his apartment after the initial post, we didn't talk for months. That's fair. I did a semester abroad, and he did an internship in another city. When we were both on the same campus again, I messaged him to discuss things. I asked him, did he really think we were in a committed relationship? He said no. Though he was down for a friends with benefits, once he saw me talking to a guy at a bar, he got jealous and didn't want me talking to anyone else. Boy. Why did he act like we were in a committed relationship? Because he wanted to see my reaction. If I was hurt that he was ending it, then he would have changed his mind and gave it another chance, but exclusively this time. Boy, what the fuck?
What the can we not play games? Like
God damn.
straight people, man.
Yeah, I don't understand straight people.
I don't either.
When he was he hooking up with other people too? Yes, so he was never exclusive with me and made up the relationship angle as a lie. Dude.
Dude. Like, I,
God damn. I honestly panicked in that initial conversation. I apologized if I hurt him in any way, but until that point, I thought we had both been transparent with each other. Turns out he didn't really like the idea of me hooking up with anyone else but him and made up this committed relationship. We are now good and back to being platonic friends. Sure.
run.
Yeah, like, just don't give him the time of day, man. That's crazy.
These two should never talk to each other again.
Mm-mm. I really believe that dude shouldn't talk to anyone ever again. At least
Like,
women.
yeah.
TLDR, friends with benefits dumped me, made me think he thought we were a committed relationship. Turns out feelings on his end had changed and he didn't want me seeing other people. We talked it out and are now platonic friends. Edit, we barely see each other now. I haven't hooked up with him since before the breakup convo, and don't ever plan to do it again since I know there were feelings on his end that I don't reciprocate. I can see what he did was manipulative, but I don't really care to get an apology from him. That's fair. I'll just maintain my distance. I appreciate the concern, though. That's fair.
That's fair, yeah.
That's crazy.
I was crazy once.
Imagine hearing, I lied to you about thinking we were exclusive. I lied to you about hooking up with other people. I literally toyed with your emotions to see if you would react how I wanted you to. We good? And answering, yep, we're good. Unfathomable. Like, yeah.
Yeah.
Some people use friends as a catch-all for anyone between intimacy and hate. That's fair.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
Man, that
I'm baffled.
yeah, this is a wild ride. Good read though.
Yeah. Moral of the story, don't be straight.
So true.
Straight people are the only group of people who have the patience and capacity for games like this.
Yeah. Okay, this one will be interesting. Emma they asked for describing my mother-in-law's birthday cake as kinda gay.
Not the asshole, that's funny.
There is trigger warnings for homophobia and abusive behavior, unfortunately.
Damn.
Yeah. Okay. The original post was from 2022. Thumbs up. I don't even know where to begin. So I'm 27 female, married to 28 female. Yeah, we're lesbians. We've known each other for 7 years and have been married for 4. We're each other's first kiss, first love, first everything. I'll call my lovely wife Emma from here on out for clarity. Yay, Emma.
Yay, Emma.
My mother-in-law has always been vocal about her dislike for me and the fact that Emma married a woman. Okay. She was initially supportive when Emma came out, but I think she was hoping Emma would suddenly turn straight and decide to marry a man, reverting back to the God-fearing housewife state. When Emma and I first started dating, she would make subtle digs about how I wasn't good enough for Emma, but the neighbor's kid, Brandon, sure was. Ugh. But mother-in-law, wow, I can't read, so good. When she realized we were getting serious, she tried to sabotage our relationship by accusing me of cheating, being after their inheritance, question marks, being a psychopath because I have chronic social anxiety, and other completely outrageous things. Okay. We were pretty fed up with her at that point, and since we both had jobs set up for us, Emma and I moved in together in a city about 100 miles away from mother-in-law. Good.
Good.
Since we got a lot closer during that time, I guess I have mother-in-law to thank for accelerating my relationship with my love. Mother-in-law wasn't invited to her wedding because she threatened to make a scene and bring her own groomer for Emma. Bruh. I highly doubt she would have, but she didn't want the chance to ruin her day. Yeah. So here's the current situation and where I may be the asshole. Emma and I went to mother-in-law's birthday party yesterday. We only visit her once a year for Emma's sake. Fair. We brought her some nice crystal wine glasses as a present. She was making snide comments about our relationship. Everything was going as expected. Mother-in-law's boyfriend brought out her cake, which was a chocolate cake covered in pastel rainbow flowers. I commented to Emma, perhaps a bit too loudly. Rainbow cake is looking kinda gay. Maybe she's finally coming around. That's really funny.
That's really funny.
And mother-in-law absolutely blew up. She was screaming at us that it was disgraceful that I said she was gay. And that we even wore our wedding rings to her party when she knew she didn't like to see them. Skill issue. I don't know.
Skill issue.
She was yelling at Emma that she shouldn't have brought me because I'm a disgusting reminder that Emma isn't right in the head. Emma was fuming and close to tears, so we left immediately after. Understandable, because goddamn. Emma said that she doesn't blame me at all and no longer wants contact with her mother. Fair. Emma's cousins, grandparents, and uncle are blowing our phones, saying that I was wrong and disrespectful, and that we are horrible people, especially since mother-in-law has high blood pressure issues, and I was just trying to aggravate her. Dude, that's her problem.
That's a skill issue on her part.
Yeah, imagine having high blood pressure. Just kidding. I wasn't trying to aggravate her, and I don't feel bad that I did, but I feel awful that I made mother-in-law say those horrible things to my wife, and that Emma has currently no contact with her mother, who she was quite close to before we were married. Yeah. Not the asshole. You didn't make your mother-in-law say those things. She said them by herself, and you two are better off without her. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I stand by my statement before we read the entire thing. Not the asshole. That's funny as hell.
Yeah. Not the asshole. If it wasn't the rainbow cake comment, then it would have been something else eventually. I feel for your
No,
wife,
yeah.
though. I'm sure this is difficult for her. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
After
Like it was gonna happen sooner or later.
Yeah, for sure. After reading through these comments, it does look like she was just trying to pick a fight. She always does this, picking apart what we wear and how we show off our wedding bands. My wife and I deliberately refrained from any affection apart from holding hands in her presence. I'm glad my wife was able to cut her off finally. Edit. In case someone wants to know what the cake looked like, I unfortunately did not get a photo. I did, however, find some similar looking floral cakes from this company, but mother-in-law's had pastel rainbow flowers on top and pastel stripes on the sides. And then just a photo of a cake. Edit 2. I'm so...
I want to see the cake.
Okay. I'll post the link in chat. So everyone can look at the thing. Whiteflowercake.com. Those are cakes, alright.
Yep, those are cakes.
Edit 2. I'm so sorry, I'm really worn out, and I think I'm just going to go to bed. I apologize if I didn't reply to your comment yet. I've read all of them, and I'll try to respond in the morning. I didn't expect so many comments so soon. That's fair. You love that they just literally wear their wedding bands like married people do? Yeah. If they were straight, middle, definitely would not care. Edit 3. The next day. I don't know how to make an update, so I'll just post another edit here. I woke up to an overwhelming amount of replies. I didn't think this many people would see this post. I'm sorry that I couldn't reply to everyone. My wife has decided to go permanently no contact with mother-in-law and low contact with much of her extended family. The only family member who has been supportive of us so far is her older sister. She's truly a lovely person. I don't know how sister-in-law and my wife are such kind people despite being raised by mother-in-law. I understand I was wrong for making the gay cake comment, and that it only served to enrage my mother-in-law, but my wife and I were talking yesterday, and she said she would comment that the cake was gay even if I hadn't. Though it definitely would have gone over better if my wife had said it instead of me. We're ultimately happy with the outcome, and that we are no longer blah, 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 and that we no longer have to attend any incredibly toxic family events with mother-in-law. As a side note, my wife has told me that she never felt close to her mother, so my comment about them being close before our marriage was incorrect. But that the hour-long calls she would have with her mother were just very one-sided conversations where her mother would rant about her day and our relationship, never asking or caring about my wife. Ooh. My wife and I have ordered our own gay cake from a lovely local bakery that is also run by lesbians. Excellent.
Hell yeah.
As a treat for the abuse we've had to endure over the years, and as a toast for better mother-in-law free years to come. Thank you to everyone who commented and gave their insights. I'm glad this was resolved so quickly. Yesterday I was feeling awful about my own behavior during the party, especially since so many extended family members were coming forward to argue on mother-in-law's behalf. I was sad that this event caused my wife to go no contact with her mother. Ultimately, I say that it was largely mother-in-law's fault, and my wife's extended family are a bunch of sheep. Thank you again, everyone. Yay.
Yay. All's well that ends well.
Yeah. I like that they got their own cake after.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
They deserve a little treat.
They sure do. This one has a plus 6 year update. That's crazy.
Damn.
My coworkers are joking I'm pregnant when I'm not. And the 6 year update. That's crazy. Let's find out.
Yeah.
Let's find out the tea. Okay, this is from June 2019, the first post. The company I work for is really small, and we tune into the same local radio station every day. The station has a tiny listener base, and our song requests have become so frequent that my coworkers have got a good rapport with one of the show hosts. I can read so good. I've never emailed in or interacted with the host in question. I come in today after a week off and hear myself being congratulated on the radio on my pregnancy, which is made up by my coworkers. Allison, what the hell? Everyone laughed and I wasn't sure what to do but laugh along too. The host has apparently been doing this for a full week while I've been away, saying both my name and the company's. Beyond that, he sounded really earnest and genuinely happy, which is making me feel even worse. What the fuck?
What the fuck?
See, if it was just like at the workplace, that would still have been weird to joke about. But they're having this
Yeah.
announced on the radio. This isn't a closed environment anymore.
Yeah, the whole listener base knows you're pregnant, or allegedly at least.
Yeah. Honestly, I feel a little bad for the radio host too because like they don't know.
They don't know.
There's the occasional prank in the office, but they've always been harmless. This feels like a line has been crossed and I don't know what to do. We have monthly one-on-ones coming up and I'll be speaking to our manager, but I'm not sure what to do in the meantime. That's fair cuz like literally a whole week? That's crazy.
Yeah. Like uh,
After I heard it on the radio, everyone made comments about my pretend pregnancy. I don't want to hear how caffeine is bad for the baby or planning the due date. I'm a woman in my mid 20s in 2019. I can't even believe I'm having to write this at all. My general response to not funny jokes is to not laugh or look confused, but I can't take the thought of being publicly congratulated by a stranger. Tomorrow I'll be asking the next person who makes a joke to be the one to write in and reveal the truth, but I know this won't go down well. I am the quietest person in the office and probably the most private, but it feels like such a bizarre thing to joke about that I don't even know what the funny part is meant to be. Yeah, no, this is definitely bizarre. Like, that's not funny. It genuinely
yeah, and
isn't.
like she makes no mention of like being plus size, so it doesn't seem like there's any indication of them like fat shaming her,
Yeah.
which is something I'm like wondering about. But
Mm-hmm.
if there's like no indication, then it's just like, haha, you're pregnant now, diagnosed pregnant.
Yeah.
Um, as like a weird prank. Like I don't get it.
Yeah. I don't want anyone to get formally disciplined for a one-off misjudgment. If it's been a whole week, I don't think it's a one-off misjudgment, but you know. But I'm also not sure how to articulate why it's misjudgment without ruining my relationships with everyone. That's fair.
Mm-hmm.
3 months later. Firstly, thank you so much for publishing my letter and for your thoughtful response. I was intensely frustrated when I wrote to you and worried I was overreacting, but your response, along with the insight and stories of your commenters, proved exactly why pregnancy isn't something to joke about. Thankfully, I have a positive response. A few commenters wondered if I was the only woman on the team. Staggeringly, the team is mostly women. We're all around the same age, but I'm the only person who isn't vocal about staying child free. I think this is why they didn't consider the prank to be a big deal, but every way I look at it, it just shows some terrible judgment. That's interesting.
Yeah.
As we're a small company, the HR is split between our office manager, female, who was in on the prank, and our director, male, who wasn't. The director wasn't in the day after I heard the announcement, but I shut down any attempts to laugh about it with, "Stop, I don't like this." The following day, I pulled my director aside and told him that A, I wasn't pregnant, and B, the whole thing was problematic and needed to stop immediately. He was shocked that I hadn't been in on the prank and was very supportive. That's fair.
Mm-hmm.
Not long after, he pulled the office manager aside for a chat and then asked if I could help him with an errand that took us both out of the office for a while. When we came back, everyone was very sheepish and the radio was turned right down. No one has apologized, so I don't know if they thought of me as a spoilsport, but I don't really care. Good. A few people wondered if the radio presenter knew the pregnancy was fake, but I think he believed it was genuine. My coworkers have played the game of "what crazy thing can we get her to say" before, and I think I was just collateral damage this time around.
Mm.
One of my coworkers emailed him and he stopped all mentions of the prank right away. But in a twist, the radio station is almost no more. A couple of weeks after all this went down, every live show stopped and it looks like it will fold any day now. Damn. From what I've gathered, he's just a regular guy who did an afternoon show for fun. None of his shows have ever featured shock value or pranks, which is why the whole thing felt cruel. On the other hand, my coworkers do have a habit of taking things too far. Damn. And now for the 6 years later update from earlier this month, actually.
Oh.
I was reading AAM as I do every afternoon when one of the recommended posts catapulted me back into my past. I'm the reader who wrote to you about 6 years ago about my coworkers who wrote into a local radio station to pretend I was pregnant as a prank. I have been meaning to share an update for a while now, and this felt like a sign. In the year since, things got okay, worse, and then much better. After the first post, I spoke to my director to put a stop on to the joking around. No one apologized, acknowledged that they crossed a line, or even made eye contact for a while, but I was just grateful that the jokes were over. A few months later, my relationship unexpectedly fell apart. And a couple of weeks after that, I found a channel on our internal messaging system that had been set up to talk about me behind my back. It had been running for months, predating the radio prank, and was absolutely a nail in the coffin. We also now had an external HR provision by this point, so I made a formal complaint against everyone involved. A coworker had been on the ropes for a while, and they were let go not long after. I'm not sure how much the channel played a role in this, but it certainly didn't help. The others apologized to my face, which I was grateful for at the time. As some background, when I first started, the company was owned by two directors, a husband and wife. A couple of years into my tenure, one of the others once served the others with divorce papers, and the business was squarely in the middle. But even before I started, there were office norms that were only there to keep us in our lanes. We weren't really allowed to talk to one another other than on IM. We were made to take staggered lunches alone, had to sit with our screens facing outward so the boss could monitor what was on them, and so on. I found out later that my job only opened up because one director got drunk and threw a punch at a past employee on a work night out, prompting a few people to quit. When that director finally left, the other did try to open up communication, but things ran too deep. I'm sure it contributed to this environment too. I remember being deeply frustrated with nowhere for it all to go. I also don't remember exactly what the messages in the channel said, but I was so angry that it snapped me out of my post-breakup funk that it made me realize my workplace was crap and was not going to change. I searched for all the jobs I could find with a short list of prerequisites. They must have an active HR department, visible salary scales, and be based in an interesting part of the country. That's kind of a funny prerequisite.
Yeah.
I applied for the one that was closing first, which turned into one of the best things I ever did. I'd said yes to an interview because I'd never been able to visit the city, and at least if I didn't get the job, I can spend a couple of hours in a museum I always wanted to visit. I interviewed in February 2020, got the job, and started my new role that April, just after the first COVID-19 lockdown hit in the UK. I moved to my new city about 5 years ago as restrictions were starting to lift, so as people were getting used to socializing again, there was me starting life again in my late 20s. I've since changed roles a few times and have been in the same organization, and I can honestly say things that are a million times better. My job is definitely more fulfilling, has scope to grow, and I'm strengthening skills that are niche enough to be interesting and broad enough that I'm not stuck in a corner. I'm also actively involved in our workplace union, so there's a perfect outlet to channel any injustices in a positive way. Yippee, unions.
Yay!
I'm not in touch with anyone in my old job. I wish them the best and hope everyone is successful and fulfilled in their own ways. But it took me far too long to realize it wasn't the place for me. The fact that I didn't realize this after someone wrote to a radio station to pretend I was pregnant is beyond what I'd ever put up with now. I'm still embarrassed by the whole ordeal, but grateful I can look back on it as a bizarre story rather than a situation I'm still stuck in. That's fair. That's a time, though.
Yeah. God, finding out that there was like a whole channel in your old workspace that was like dedicated to just shit talking you is crazy.
Yeah. Let's find more posts. Cutely
Yippee
refreshes the
wahoo.
page.
Kid name page.
Oh my. This is something that was posted an hour ago in Best of Redditor updates.
Oh boy.
It is concluded, so that's exciting. Um, am I overreacting? He, male 20, took me, female 18, to a Jehovah's Witness meeting without telling me.
Yikes!
Hmm.
Hmm.
Oh, the original post was from, like, not even 10 days ago.
And it's already on Best of Redditor updates. That's crazy.
That is crazy. We've been dating for like
We are in for a wild wild ride.
Oh, yeah. It doesn't seem too long, but I'm sure it'll be wild regardless. We've been dating for like 2 months. He's really sweet and spoils me. However, I'm still irked and something feels off and I just can't let it go. Yesterday we hung out, and when I brought it up again, he shut it down. He somehow makes me think it's nothing and changes the subject, and I don't even notice it. I don't want to keep nagging him, but I'm still not satisfied. My friends say I overthink and ruin good things, but I can't let it go. I'm still upset it happened, and I don't know if I'm overdoing it. I promise you I'm not discriminating his religion, it's just weird. The whole thing is. Am I overreacting? I'm not confrontational, I just need advice. Also throw away. And then I did, after reading everyone's comments, I'll be updating after I speak to him, and they've provided text messages from Inger. And kindly, this person put a transcript of the text messages. Yay.
Yay!
Okay.
We should go ahead and read those.
Mm-hmm. Guy, hey, you've been quiet all day. You haven't returned any of my calls. Is everything okay? Sorry, I'm fine. Just needed a little time to think about last night. The meeting part? I thought you enjoyed it, babe. Sorry for that. That just made me laugh. It's fine, it's fine. Yeah, it was okay, I guess. I thought this surprise would maybe be something more casual, like a dinner or a film. Not this, to be honest. It was a surprise, though. A good one. I wanted to show you something really personal, something that's important to me. I thought this is the best part of getting to know each other thing. Mm, I
Mm,
get that, and I guess that makes sense. But I didn't even know you were Jehovah's, and you didn't even tell me until you took me there. I feel like you should have
mm.
told me, you know, I thought you were a Christian. I am, it's just a branch of it. I mean, that's true, but like, bruh. I didn't mean to hide it. It just never came up naturally. I thought it'd be better if you saw for yourself instead of believing what people say about it. I don't know, I just feel caught off guard, and I didn't know anyone. Yes, but you were amazing, honestly. Everyone noticed how warm and kind you are, and they really loved meeting you. Really? I'm not joking, babe. They were all fond of you. Thanks, I appreciate it. I just felt a little out of place, you know? That's because it's a new experience for you, and that's okay. In any other context, that could make sense. Maybe I was a little uncomfortable too. You weren't uncomfortable, really. You don't get to decide that. Uh, you just didn't know, and now you do. And the night went great. Wouldn't you agree? Bruh. I guess so. You could have left any time, but you didn't. And that's because you're open to understanding something new, and that says a lot about you, babe. Oh my god, I need this guy to shut the fuck up, actually.
I I need this guy to die, actually.
I didn't see it that way, so thank you. I'm proud of you for giving it a chance. Don't overthink it, please. Thank you, and I won't. Hmm. Oh boy, relevant slash top comments. First one. He literally told you that you weren't uncomfortable. He told you, no, you felt like this. That's cult slash kidnapping level gaslighting. I've been to one of those
Yeah.
meetings. They looked at you like a new piece of meat. Run for the hills. Ugh.
Yikes.
Every person there said hello to me and made you feel so welcome, but not once I felt at ease. Yeah, that's fair. 'Cause,
Mm.
Commenter number 2. Yeah, you weren't uncomfortable and you could have left at any time, but you didn't. Made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. That's fair.
Yeah.
I didn't leave because I didn't want to be rude. He seemed so happy. Oh, that's rough. Understandable. Commenter 3. Do you want to be a Jehovah Witness? Like, long term with this guy? That's what's going to happen. After reading everyone's comments, this has been a very eye-opening, and I'm going to make my decision soon. And no, I have no plans of being a Jehovah's Witness. Edit. I'm overwhelmed with all this new and insightful information. Everyone's telling me to dump him right away. Let me think about this and I'll make my decision. I've been dating this guy and I can't switch my feelings off like a tap. I appreciate everyone's input. I just need time to think what I think is best for me and how to move forward. My heart is hurting. That's fair.
Girl, run.
Yeah, like it's only been a few months. Like it's okay.
It's okay. You can just ghost him.
Yeah. And then a couple of other comments that don't have replies to them. That's really cool of him to let you know how you felt about it. Yeah.
It's so stupid. Why did that get me so good?
I don't know. But it's funny to me that it got you that much. And the other comment here without a reply is, as an ex Jehovah's Witness, this is so crazy because I know they bombarded you all meeting you. He def took you to a meeting to try to convert you because Jehovah's Witnesses do not believe in relationships with worldly, not witness girl. Girl, run. Edit. Any of my comments are just my experience growing up. I'm glad some of you had better ones. I'm sure areas play a huge part on this. To those with similar experiences, I'm sorry. It feels good to know I'm not the only one, though. Yay.
Yay.
Okay, then an update 3 days later, so literally 6 days ago. God, it's crazy. This is so new.
Yeah.
I spent so many hours reading everyone's advice here. Things finally made sense for me. We hung out yesterday and I just started asking him questions about his faith. He was pretty honest, said he really sees his future with a girl who's also a Jehovah's Witness. And then I told him I have zero plans, now or ever, to get into his faith, practice it, or even learn about it. You could see his whole mood change then. He tried telling me with a bunch of what if situations, lol, but I kept saying no. Anyways, I said, look, there's no future here. It's probably best we just end this. He agreed. It actually ended pretty maturely, and he was sweet about it. Then today, I get this message from him. Lol, lol, lol. Seriously, thank you everyone who commented. Your advice really woke me up. I honestly just needed someone a bit older and wiser to tell me my gut feeling about that first church meeting was valid, because none of my friends really got why I was so uncomfortable. And we have another transcript of the messages. Let's go!
Yay!
Okay, starting off with the guy, of course. I'm gonna get this off my chest, and then I'm done. I don't expect a reply. Actually, don't reply at all. Already not great. How about you just don't send the message? How about that?
Yeah, yeah.
You couldn't commit to anything real, always chasing whatever felt good for a second in this world. She's literally 18, and you're also literally 20, so shut the fuck up.
Literally.
That's why you'll always be stuck looking for something more, but never finding it where it matters. In the light, in faith. Oh my god, shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up.
I actually tried to fool myself about you, tried to make myself believe we could work, even though my gut was screaming no. In almost 3 months, I've sinned and done things I'm not proud of. You brought the worst out of me, redacted. You made me want to forget it all, made me do stupid things just to get a feeling that disappeared anyway. Dude, you're 20, shut up. I'm disgusted with myself and I'm only realizing that now. I'm glad it's over so I can focus on myself and my faith. You're just unsavable. Too far gone into everything that doesn't matter. She's 18. There's no getting through that. No changing you. I'm glad we ended this. It's better this way. All the best with whatever you're looking for. God damn. The only message she sent in response was, okay, and good luck with whatever you're battling because you really need it, is really funny.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Why do men and also and more specifically why do religious men?
Yeah.
Because I think that's like the big crux of the issue is him being a Jehovah's Witness and not necessarily being a man.
Yeah, like kind of related. Before I got my top surgery, I happened to like literally run into an old friend because she lives like on the way to the 7-Eleven where I used to live at the time. And I just happened to literally run into her. Then we like caught up a little bit, chatted a bit, and her parents are Jehovah's Witness. I don't know if she actually believes herself or not, but like her parents firmly are. And not too much longer after that, maybe it wasn't relevant to me running into her again, but either way, like her parents at some point sent my mom a letter. I think they prefaced it as like, oh hey, like I happened to find your address and like some of like the past stuff because like we literally went to school together, so like it happens, understandable. But it's like you should come by to our church sometime. It's like, okay, that's weird.
Yeah.
Like if we really wanted to go to the Jehovah's Witness for whatever reason, our apartment complex was literally right next to the church. So like if we really wanted to, the option was always literally right there. We never did.
Yeah.
Which is like,
yeah, because like out of any branch of Christianity, why would anyone willingly choose the Jehovah's Witnesses?
your impression of Jehovah's Witnesses, they will find your boundaries and then step all over them. Yeah. Because like
that is, yeah,
like they literally don't want you to celebrate your own fucking birthday. Like,
yeah, like okay, so story time.
Oh boy.
When I was younger, like when I was in middle school, we actually had 2 Jehovah's Witnesses come to our door and try and solicit us. Now, I live down a very like narrow kind of like almost an alleyway of a driveway that's like long gravel. My house is way in like the back with in between like a bunch of other houses. We are basically fenced in.
Mm-hmm.
So they chose to walk down that driveway and come and solicit to us.
Mm-hmm.
And every day I fucking think about that because like no one else ever comes down here unless they're like my uncle's friends or like a delivery driver. Like no one would think to walk down that driveway unless they were explicitly invited.
Mm-hmm.
And I think about that a lot because like how fucking desperate are you?
Yeah.
And of course, little edgy me was in my, like, I don't want to say I was a Satanist, because I wasn't. But, like, I was very much like a very edgy atheist, like, contrarian sort of deal. Now I'm a lot more, like, agnostic,
Mm-hmm.
I would say.
That's fair.
But yeah, like I was like this close to like snapping and telling them off.
Fair.
Cuz like why would you come down our driveway? Trick-or-treaters don't come down our driveway. We get candy every year and we hope maybe one day
Mm-hmm.
never like we never got visits from trick-or-treaters. So it's like that's my only interaction with a Jehovah's Witness, and it wasn't great.
That's fair. Oh my god, headbats, yay.
Yay, head pets.
Yeah, no, Jehovah's Witnesses don't celebrate holidays either. It just,
No.
from my understanding, it's like, be miserable, the religion, or something.
Yeah.
Because, like, separate friend, actually was best friend at the time, younger too. Like, his mom was also Jehovah's Witness, so she was like kind of the main person that I ever really knew better that was part of it. But she didn't really go like super often, so like she wasn't like super devoted into it type thing. But she just was definitely like really depressed. Like,
Understandably so.
yeah. Like, there's a lot of factors into it. Like, I don't think her being Jehovah's Witness was like the only reason, but like it definitely was not unrelated.
It was a factor.
Yeah.
It was a factor.
Yeah.
Like I've had more experiences with Mormons. I think
Me too. But I was also like raised Mormon, so like that's kind of implied.
Oh, for real?
Yeah. I was born in
Huh.
Utah.
I did not know that.
Now you do. Yeah. We're to have a lot more experience with Mormons.
Yeah, like I think out of any branch of Christianity that I've interacted with here, I interact with Mormons the most, which is interesting. Like, go back to Utah, please. And they've all generally been not great people.
Yeah, no, like, Mormons are interesting because, like, they do the door-to-door thing like Jehovah's Witnesses do. But, like, I don't know, they're not miserable as much. Like, it's part of it. Like, I don't know, a lot of the Mormons, like, the missionaries specifically, are usually on the friendlier side. Like, I think they're just mostly saying, like, oh, yeah, I get to, like, be social and talk with people. Awesome. More than anything else. But also, they just do genuinely like to, like, help people out. So, like, actually, when I was moving from the Bay Area, we did have the Mormon church help us, like, load the truck. They didn't do super great at it. Honestly, they'd, like, kind of toss things in random boxes. But, like, they still did the physical labor for us. So, like, there is that, at least. Like, missionaries are stoked to help doing physical labor. It's kind of funny. But
Mormons are Jehovah's Witnesses if they had whimsy.
yeah, that's one way to put it. But you know, like you can get missionaries to like work easily. It's like, hey, like yeah, sure, I can listen to you like talk about your stuff for a little bit. Could you help me with this thing? And they would more likely than not do it.
Hmm.
Easily employable.
Yeah,
That being
but like I
said,
don't know.
they're not very good about doing charity stuff. Like if you need help with like bills, they're not going to be very helpful with that, unfortunately. Or if you need
Yeah,
like
and
help
like
funding like being at a motel or something so you're not on the fucking street.
yeah, and like most branches of Christianity, they are very homophobic, which is like most of my interaction with Mormons is like them being very against the fact that I was queer.
It's funny because like yes, but also no at the same time. Like Mormons are have an interesting stance with homophobia at this point because they're just so desperate for having more people be in their cult. They're like, you know what? No, it's fine. You could be gay. Just like don't get married about it. But if you are the child of a gay couple, then you have to disown your parents to join the church. It's
That's
very
so
it's
interesting.
so weird. They're like they're an enigma. I'll give them that.
I think very often about that one TLC show, my husband's not gay, where it's
Yes.
about a bunch of like Mormon
Yeah.
couples where the husband is like, I'm gay and I'm very much in denial.
Yeah. Like I recently saw a video about that actually. It's like what the fuck? God, how did they put it? They weren't saying they were gay. They were saying they were um
They experience like
same-sex attraction, SSA, which is a
yeah,
horrible abbreviation for the record.
yeah.
Like it sounds like super sexual assault. I'm sorry.
I took a fucking sip of water. I was about to spit it out.
I'm not sorry.
Sexual assault, but worse and more evil.
Because apparently that's possible. Ugh.
Jesus Christ.
Okay, I have found another post. We got fairly sidetracked. Um,
Yeah.
Another one from Best of Radiator updates. Um, my 23 female friend, 22 female, just asked me to play the violin in her wedding. Shocking that I picked this one.
I wonder why.
I do not and have never played the violin. Also, I think she might literally be going insane. Like, really. Mood spoiler crazy. Good to know.
Awesome. Thanks.
Apparently, the original post is for 2014, so this is old.
Oh god, this is vintage. This is a fine wine.
So my friend from school asked me to be in her wedding over lunch today. I have known this girl about 2 years, and because we have the same major, we are school friends. We partner up in classes, do projects together, etc., but I don't really know or hang out with her outside the setting. Anyways, she asked me to be in her wedding. I assumed as a bridesmaid, but I was wrong. She said she had had a dream of her perfect wedding, and it was so beautiful she woke up crying. Wrote it all down and cried for hours because it was just so beautiful and perfect. Oh dear. She even made some sketches and said this was a vision from God of her wedding, and she couldn't even explain the warmth and ecstatic love to me because she didn't have the words, but that she would do anything to capture it perfectly. She then likened herself to an artist with a divine inspiration and went on for about 20 minutes about the details of her inspiration and how beautiful and uniting this wedding would be. This is already so much, and we're still in the first paragraph. That it would change lives and be so much more than a ceremony, and that the execution was so perfect it would be more of a visual statement, an artistic dedication to love that everyone would be a living part of. In this beautiful, perfect wedding, I am to the front left on the aisle, playing violin as her guests arrive. in a long white gown, feathered and beaded and soft, very romantic. I'll know it when I see it. I laughed and told her I've never played the violin before, and as such, may have a hard time performing for her guest. She told me that I had a year to learn and that this was extremely important to her.
The That's not how that works.
A year of daily practice, you could probably get decently good, but that's a
A
lot.
wedding good?
It, I guess depends on the person. That's crazy. Not something to ask someone you've only known for 2 years and just school friends, though. I'll be honest.
Yeah, like just hire a professional violinist. That's how you make that work.
Yeah, or ask your violinist friend that actually plays the violin already. I looked at what I could of her beautiful wedding notes. They seem really insane. Lots of stuff feverishly circled or written over and over, like inspect what you expect over and over, and all in white, literally scribbled over other words, all in the margins, copied into big paragraphs. The part she showed me of my role just said, my name, violin, soft and complex, beautiful and intricate, a concerto, lots of detail. Wow, the guess! Wow, the guess is sending me. I too am soft and complex, oh my. I don't know how to play violin at all. I've literally never touched one. She sounded like she was on drugs, talking about it. She was feverish and flitting from topic to topic and talking about how maybe I could compose something, but she wanted to sound so intricate that no one would believe it was just one person playing it. It seems beyond normal bright stuff, and when I told her even if I did have a year to learn to play, it would be basic at best, she slammed her hand on the table and said, stop. Then went right back to her cheery, excited talk about her divine wedding. I very gently tried to refuse and told her that this wedding sounded really important and that I would be happy to try and find a professional to play for her. And she said, no, it has to be you. I'm sure of it. I went right back to talking, as if I had suggested I suggested wearing a hat to the beach. Just really casually dismissed. Then she dropped a bomb. Besides, I already bought your violin. It was almost $2,000. Hello?
Hello?
Where's my $2,000 violin? I want a $2,000 violin. I could play it.
If I could, I would get you a $2,000 violin.
I don't doubt that you would, but you don't have that kind of money.
I know.
That's you.
You don't need to remind me.
That's you more. What? I don't know how to play. I told her she was being insane, but she just kept making no noises and putting her hands or saying enough. Eventually, she just said the violin would be here in a few weeks and that I needed to find someone that gives lessons and learn, and that she believed in me. She told me that the worst case scenario, I get to learn a skill most people would love to learn, and that if I do well, I can have the violin as a payment. I don't want a violin. I don't play. Then she left, and here I am, dumbfounded. I can't exactly cut ties and run. It is summer now, but we have a class together currently, and 3 classes together in the fall. I can only see her getting crazier about this. She is scaring me, and while she's always had a flair for the dramatics, she's never been this crazy before. I'm not really sure if this is just a mega bridezilla and she will get over it, or if I should just pretend I don't know her, or if I should call a loony bin to come pick her up, or just take up the violin and hope whatever god of weddings visited her grants me magical powers. TLDR, my friend was visited by the wedding god. I must play the violin.
Like, OP, I think your friend is experiencing some form of religious psychosis.
Probably. Oh boy, the relevant comment section. First one is from Dinosaur Train. I love that username.
Very good username.
Mm-hmm. Honestly, she sounds like she's dealing with a mental illness. Yes, correct.
Yeah.
This is typically the age that schizophrenia kicks in. She likely doesn't know she has it, nor does anyone else who loves her and can help her. If I were you, I'd approach her fiance, her family, and school mental health. She's not Bridezilla. She's a very sick woman in need of help. You didn't ask to be put in this position, but you are. You need to get other people involved in helping her. Yeah.
Yeah.
Another person suggesting to message fiance or family, and she's like, I'm Facebook friends with her fiance. What do I even say? I'm sure she just told him about this dream of hers. Yeah.
Like, what if he's on board? What if he's goading it?
Yeah, but does he know that she spent $2,000 on a violin to give a friend who has never played the violin, has no desire to learn? Yeah, that's. Does anyone know about that specific fact? Because that's.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, she probably has a mental illness, but why not go with it? Hear me out. Motivation to do extraordinary things is hard to come by. We normally go through life with some vague goals to better ourselves. Progress is measured and slow. Learning the violin normally takes years, but now you have a deadline and a crazy person who believes in you. This is gold. Grab the opportunity. You can do this. When it's done, mount that violin on the wall. It will be a symbol throughout your life that you can draw inspiration from. That one time when you did the impossible.
This sounds like Yakuza dialogue.
You're right, it does. This would happen to Kiryu. Kiryu just come across like a repeat person in a substory. It's like, hey, I had this vision. I need you to play the violin. Kiryu's like, but I don't play violin. It's like, I already got you the violin. Do it.
It's 2,000 yen.
Yeah.
Wait, no, it's 200,000 yen.
Now I'm just thinking about Kiryu playing the violin. It's really funny.
Kiryu violin minigame.
Yes. Oh, now I need that. Man.
Majima's there somehow.
It's Majima's wedding.
It's Majima's wedding!
Majima would come up to Kiryu and be like, hey, I had this vision for my wedding and I need you to play the violin. I feel like because it's Majima, Kiryu would be like, no, okay, fine, but... Oh my god. For the record, Majima would in fact be the bride.
Absolutely, of course.
Mm-hmm.
It's a given.
Yeah.
And he would dress like Goromi.
Yes. Haruka will have to be the flower girl, of course.
Of course.
Mm-hmm. Okay. OP on how they were reporting the wedding. She's not rich that I know of. Her fiance is in the army, and she is a student who works part-time at the Quiznos on campus. I really don't care to learn the violin, even if she wasn't expecting some kind of magic. I don't think she is sane enough for me to take her up on the offer, and $2,000 on a violin seems exorbitant for a beginner anyways. It is.
It is.
It is. And then OP's thoughts when first asked. At first it was kind of funny imagining the awkward sawing that would commence. Then it was horrifying. Then it was troubling and really, really sad. I sent her fiance a message on Facebook. He has seen it, but he hasn't responded. I also can't believe she spent so much on a violin for someone who can't play. Even in a year's time, how the fuck can anyone play so well they'd fool people into thinking multiple people were playing? Is that even possible?
No.
It
can't be.
Depends on what you would consider like multiple people are playing type things. Is you can play multiple notes at once on a violin,
right? But like, like concerto was like mentioned in the notes,
yeah,
like, which implies concert level playing, like I'm assuming by multiple people she means a full fucking orchestra.
Probably. That's a lot less feasible.
That's just not possible. I don't care how good you are, you can't do that.
Fair. Okay. Update from June 2014. What was the original one? Also June? Yeah, okay. A couple days later. Ages are still 23F and 22F. Length of relationship 2 years. Makes sense. It's like literally 2 days later.
Mhm.
So I sent a modified OP to her fiance. Huh? Oh, original post, probably. Okay. And added after, I'm really worried because this seems pretty mentally unstable, way beyond normal bride stuff. I got this reply on Facebook from her, not her fiance, at about 2 p.m. today. I didn't see it because she deleted me from her friends and I went to a different mailbox. Facebook is weird. It sure is.
Mhm.
Thanks for so much for trying to tell my husband I'm crazy. Thank God he understands what it's like to love someone and what planning a wedding is all about. Excuse me that I have a dream I am passionate about. Trust me, if you ever get a ring with that attitude, you'll understand too, but I doubt it. Nice try trying to get between us, but guess what, sweetie? Nothing can tear us apart. And least of all, you. You are clearly jealous, and that makes me really feel really bad for you.
Girl.
Then about an hour ago, I got a message from fiance. A long message. The TLDR is that she went fucking nuts on a florist because he couldn't do her entire wedding in Wisteria. The horror. Almost got arrested for making a scene in his store. He found out she has spent her financial aid slash student loan money for the second half of summer and fall on random wedding stuff like my violin, and is booking venue tours and tastings with ridiculous expensive prices. If anyone's familiar with Texas, she's looking at doing her wedding in Giant Castle in that ritzy Lake Travis part of Austin. You know, by the huge multi-million dollar mansions.
Hmm.
So he told her about the need for a budget and being realistic, and she threw an epic fucking fit. At this point, she left and went to her sister's house. I messaged him back saying that she may be bipolar and in manic states, and to ask her sister to maybe get her to a doctor, but he was more upset and focused on being hurt at what she had said to him about the wedding than her. She threw a right little tantrum and accused us of sleeping together.
Mhm. Also, my dad is bipolar.
Mm-hmm.
Bipolar people are not like this, even in manic states.
Yeah.
This extends beyond being bipolar.
Yeah, like this is definitely delusions of grandeur. Like,
Yeah.
yeah. I told him that, needless to say, I would not be playing the violin at their wedding and that I was sorry for any trouble, but I really did think it was best he seek some mental health help for her. He said, "You made your point. You don't need to rub it in. I can take care of my family." I told him I understood and wished him the best, and I guess that is that. I didn't see her in class today, though, and it looks like she won't be coming back for the fall unless she has a plan to get more money. Thank you for the help, everyone. I really did appreciate having a few hundred friends in this. TLDR, no one will stand in the way of the wedding god. The show goes on, it would seem. Sans Mysterious and one violinist. Let's see. Yeah, okay, that's kind of it. There's like some other comments, but they were
Damn.
like meh.
Damn.
That's crazy.
I was crazy once.
So was the bride, apparently.
Legends say she's still crazy.
Yeah, Peachy, didn't you mention like a specific like thing for us to check out for like it being approaching Halloween?
I believe that was our no sleep.
Mm, yeah, okay. Let's see. Okay, this is from literally 6 hours ago, and the title is definitely attention grabbing. The angel treatment was supposed to cure evil. Patient zero is saving others now.
I wonder why that caught your eye.
Listen. Apparently, this is a series. Part 1. Wait, this is just a short story. I don't care anymore.
I mean, our no sleep is all short
I
stories.
see. Mm, hmm. Hmm. Well, there's this one that looks more like the Reddit post you were reading, though. My new employer was a psychopath from 11 hours ago.
Hmm.
Let's read this one first. Um, I'm a 26-year-old British male, and I graduated from university about 2 years ago. Not long afterwards, I found a remote job as a note taker. The job seemed simple enough. I would take weekly video calls with the client, jot down notes as he spoke about various subjects, and then send them to him for payment. The job description stated that the client was from Cairo and apparently worked in the IT industry. He wanted someone who wasn't necessarily knowledgeable about the subjects he discussed, but was able to confidently write notes in English. I assumed he worked with several companies who needed these notes and wasn't capable of translating them into competent text, or just didn't have the time. I applied for the job one evening, and within the hour, I received a call from an unknown number. Normally, I don't answer those types of calls, but I've been applying to as many positions as possible, finding myself in a slightly strained financial situation at the time. I wasn't going to ignore a potential interview offer. I answered, and a deep, gravelly voice spoke. It was the client from Cairo. For anonymity's sake, I'll just call him Amon. He invited me to interview on Teams the next day. The interview went well. Better than well, actually. Amon was very friendly, and despite his deep tone, he had a good sense of humor. He gave me a sort of gentle giant vibe. He looked middle-aged, had a thick beard, and wore rimmed glasses. He barely asked about my experience, and although I'm not the most charismatic person, I feel that I had won him over with my personality. On reflection, I realized that neither of these things ever mattered to begin with. After signing the contract and starting the job, I began to notice something about Amon. He spoke slowly, slower than I expected him to. This made the job easier, but also dragged the sessions on far longer than necessary. I didn't mind too much, I was paid by the hour, so the longer the better, even if I did occasionally get a bit bored. Amon would often stop the sessions to take a break for 10 to 15 minutes. His camera was always off and his sound muted during this time, which I didn't mind. I used it as the opportunity to grab a snack. When he came back on camera, he always seemed different, more relaxed. I could never describe it, but he spoke even slower. I assumed he might be on medication or even drugs. I mean, same difference. Honestly, it was none of my business. I worked for him. I worked for him for around 3 months by the time Christmas rolled around. Every year, I traveled home to see my parents and grandparents. It was tradition by that point. About a day before I drove home, I received the most unexpected message imaginable. It was a screenshot, sent to me by email from Amon. I had to blink several times to make sure what I was. I was seeing what I thought I was seeing. It was a single plane ticket, from a return flight from London Gatwick Airport to Cairo International. At first, I was confused. What was the context? Did he expect me to fly out to see him over Christmas? Iman had never mentioned family once, but even if he had one, why the hell would he want me there? I was weirded out, but figured it must have been a mistake. There was no message, no title, no explanation. I assumed he meant to send it to someone else in the UK. I replied within minutes, asking if he had meant to send it to someone else. His response surprised me even more. It was firm but simple. No, I didn't. Can you not make it? I was definitely concerned. I didn't want to be rude, but I also didn't want him on thinking this was okay. It breached employer-employee boundaries tenfold. I let him know that, while I appreciated the gesture, I already had family plans, and it wasn't appropriate to buy me plane tickets to another country without even asking first. I expected a quick reply, but there was nothing. A week passed, then two. By the time I was eating Christmas dinner with my family, still nothing. At this point, I figured the job was over. I was frustrated, but what could I do? The man lived in another country and paid me from one bank account. My dad found it incredibly strange. He told me I should check the contract to see if there was any clause about a no contact period. If Amon had broken the contract without a legitimate reason, I might be entitled to compensation. For the next week, I combed through the lengthy contract. No, not much stood out. It was mostly legal mumbo-jumbo, but just as I was about to give up, I found something. A clause stated that the employer would cease contact for a maximum of 3 weeks without explanation. If broken, a fair payout would be deposited into my account and the contract would become void. I was shocked this clause even existed. Why did it exist? The most interesting part was that the 3 week period was due to end the next day. So, the next day, I constantly checked my emails, hoping he'd message me, but also hopeful he wouldn't, so I'd get that payout. And exactly an hour before the 3 weeks were up, I received one. It was from Amon. He apologized profusely, saying that he'd been busy over Christmas and was sorry for buying the plane ticket without telling me. He claimed it was an early Christmas present, but realized it was in poor taste. He finished by asking if I was still interested in working for him. Of course I was. I needed the money. I didn't want to give up the easiest job I'd ever had. Amon might have been odd, but I'd never met him in person. He was harmless behind a computer screen. When we jumped on a call a few days later, I was back home in my flat. The first thing I noticed was that Amon was sitting in a new room. Previously, he'd always been in the same one. As if he could read my confusion, he immediately said he was in the middle of a move and would be staying in multiple Airbnbs to save money. I thought nothing of it, and our calls went on as normal. Our calls became less frequent over the next few weeks, 1 or 2 a week instead of 3 or 4. Each time Amon was in a new room. Again, I didn't think much of it, until something made my blood run cold. Amon was finishing a discussion about cybersecurity issues. Why did I fuck up cybersecurity? I was halfway through jotting down bullet points when he announced it was time for a break. I looked up at the screen. Unlike most times when Amon would turn off his camera before leaving, he stood up first, revealing the wall behind him that his body had been blocking. At first, what I saw didn't register. Then, just before the screen went black, I realized what it was. A Type-G socket. If you don't know, a Type-G socket is exclusive to the United Kingdom, meaning Amon was not in Cairo. Amon was in the UK. During the break, I double-checked online. Cairo uses Type-C and F sockets, not Type-G. I spent the next 15 minutes staring at the black screen, questioning whether I'd really seen it. When Amon's camera went back on, I caught a glimpse again. It was definitely a UK socket. And to cement my suspicion, what happened next made my breath catch. My flat sits beside a busy road, especially at rush hour. It was about 10 past 6 when a car honked its horn. The sound immediately echoed through Amon's audio, and my whole body stiffened. Surely that was a coincidence. Seconds later, another honk. Again, echoed through his feed. That's when I realized. Oh, hello, Barry. Welcome in. Let me highlight where I left off so I don't get confused. Welcome in. Yeah, you're fine. No need to apologize for interrupting. Oh, you're playing Portal 2. How was that? How is Portal? Were you doing co-op or were you just doing the solo campaign? How far did you get? I am curious. But in the meantime, welcome on in, Raiders. My name is Saki. Saki or just Q is acceptable. I use he, him pronouns. I consider myself a variety streamer, though I tend to stream mostly visual novels. However, today we are honoring a subathon goal, which was just reading some Reddit threads. We've done mostly like best of type things, but we just pivoted over to the no sleep Reddit page. I'm good at words. We just
You're
finished.
so good at words.
I'm the best at words. We just finished chapter 5 though, so nice. Very exciting. Portal 2 is
Yay.
good. The Portal series in general is good. I need to replay the solo campaign for Portal 2 to complete my cycle that I have with Portal that happened completely by accident when I'm here. It is my life now. And also joined with Marble, if it would like to introduce itself. Yay.
Hello, I'm Miracle Marvel. Just Marvel's fine. I'm a variety streamer and multi-character VTuber. I play cozy games, horror games, RPGs, rhythm games, and I plan to record visual novel content and upload that to my YouTube channel. Eventually, if I keep saying it, it will be true. I use its pronouns, and I'm a frequent collaborator and friend of Sakyu. Yeah.
Yeah. And we have a special thing coming out on Halloween together with Peachy and Ball.
Yes.
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 Yeah. Very exciting. I look forward to that.
Mm-hmm.
Right. If you do decide to follow, I do have follows anonymized, so you won't be called out if you do decide to follow, but you can also use the say hi redeem to introduce yourself or any of the other cheap redeems. You saw the teaser. Yay.
Yay!
Very exciting.
I'm the one who edited that.
Yes, you did. You did a good job.
I will also be editing the thing, the actual thing.
Yeah, you're currently
Smile.
working on that. Very exciting.
Started working on that this morning.
Mm-hmm. Out of curiosity, about how far along are you with that?
Um, I am 52 seconds in.
Okay, so getting close to halfway then. Nice.
Yeah,
Y-
like I'm in the middle of the first course.
Yay. But very exciting. Yay, yippee.
Yay, yippee!
Wahoo, even.
So true. Perhaps even hooray.
Or even whoop, as Edward has been known to say.
Dorcas.
We started with mostly am I the asshole type things. Some am I overreacting or today I fucked up to currently we are reading something from the No Sleep and its title is My New Employer Was a Psychopath. It's the TLDR so far is basically employer was overseas but then seemingly accidentally sent a plane ticket for employee to go over to their area, but now seemingly employer is rapidly approaching their location. So, which I kind of expected, honestly. Yeah, they're currently in a video call for their work because the employee does like note taking. So, yeah, we're at the point where they're realizing, oh shoot, we're on the same street. Um, yeah. Seconds later, another honk. Again, echoed through his feed. That's when I realized Amon was staying somewhere near my flat. For the rest of the call, I forced a poker face. Luckily, it only lasted another 30 minutes. In that time, several more cars honked, and every time I heard them twice. As soon as the call ended, I sprinted to the window overlooking the street. I scanned every building's window, heart hammering. I couldn't see anyone. But then I realized the obvious answer. A small hotel sat across the street. I passed it every day on my way into town. That must be where he was. It had to be. Seconds later, my girlfriend came home from work. I hadn't mentioned her before because she hadn't been relevant to the story. Sure, man. Anyways, but as she poked her head in, she could see something was wrong. I told her everything. She already knew about the plane ticket, which she found weird. But when I told her what I'd seen and heard, her face went pale. Should we call the police? She asked. I had considered it, but what would I say? He hadn't committed a crime. All he'd done was stay in a hotel. As she tried to calm me down, the pieces began to fit together. For 3 weeks, Amon had planned his route, booked his flight and hotels, all while moving closer to me. The only question was, why? The only answer I want it to be is yaoi, but gay sex is the only valid answer.
So true.
My girlfriend said I was probably overthinking it. Maybe he'd come to surprise me or introduce himself properly. Perhaps it was innocent. No. That night I could barely sleep. Eventually exhaustion took over, but what felt like seconds after drifting off, a faint sound came from the hallway, loud enough to wake me. I gently nudged my girlfriend awake and pressed a finger to my lips. She froze too when she heard it. It was the sound of the front door lock. Somebody was trying to pick it. I jumped out of bed and rushed to the door. I already knew who it was. Anger overtook fear. Who did this guy think he was? I peered through the peephole. Nothing. Maybe I'd misheard. Stress and lack of sleep can play tricks on you. But no, my girlfriend had heard it too. I opened the door and looked both ways down the hallway. If someone was there, they were long gone now. The lock appeared to be untampered with too. I never normally put bolt locks on, but that night I wasn't taking chances. The next day I was due to call him on. My girlfriend initially advised against it and told me I should now call the police, but I told her there was no evidence of a break-in. If we're going to prove it was him, then we would need to prove it on camera. I tried to stay as focused and nonchalant as it could possibly be on our call. Amon seemed normal, not like a man who had attempted to break in the night before. Sure. I had a burning rage towards him, but I used all my strength to hold back from snapping. That night, my girlfriend and I were ready. I had placed a mounted camera on the other side of the people, from the inside of the flat. I was sitting several feet away from the door in the pitch black. My girlfriend was in bed, although she told me firsthand that she would not get any sleep that night. Neither would I. I had a couple of energy drinks in my system. I was gripping a thick baseball bat in my hands. If Amon would dare try and break into my flat again, I would make sure he didn't get another chance to try it. Granted, I was half terrified, but like I said before, rage and anger was firmly holding the other half of my emotions. To my surprise, I would only need to wait an hour past midnight before I began to hear the sound of the lock being tampered with. I waited a few minutes, making sure that the camera captured as much footage as it could. Then, I slowly crept over to the door. I left the bolt lock soft this time. I wanted to be able to unlock the door and catch him in the act. Whoever it was would swiftly get the bat to the head. That was the idea, anyway. As I crept up to the door, my heart began to pound. When I say pound, I mean pound. It felt like I was on a treadmill. My hands began to shake and sweat, and the grip on the bat felt much less secure than it did a mere few seconds ago. I hovered my hand over the lock, mentally psyching myself up to turn it, but my hand wouldn't move. As my heart rate reached what I felt like was its maximum speed, the lock tampering stopped, and it turned. You might think that in this moment, I would have sprung to action as I watched the door open and a figure stood up just a foot in front of me. But I didn't. It just froze. And so did the man. It was a man, I could see that now. And it was definitely Human. He looked shocked to see me there, but he never once let out a gasp. He seemed to be in the same state of shock as both of us, but out of the two of us, I unfortunately have to admit, he was the first to snap out of it. He placed a hand to his face, covering what little he could, and searched with his eyes around the room desperately. I took several steps back, trying to control my breathing. I was furious at myself for not acting, but this was all too real now. I knew that if he took one step past me toward my bedroom where my girlfriend was sleeping, I would snap out of the trance. I almost internally begged for him to do that, so my body would remove itself from what comatose state of fear I was currently in. Amon took good 2 single steps into the room, and then paused. After a few seconds of fearful silence, he looked around the door and smiled. He grabbed the mounted camera off the people and waved it in front of me, still smiling. I'll never forget that look. In that moment, I realized that no matter what happened, he was getting off scot-free with the evidence. Even that wasn't enough to snap me out of it. Before I could utter a single word, he was gone. It took a full minute before I could move my body again. The blood felt like it was returning to my vitals and limbs, and I could finally breathe normally. I didn't even chase after him, but just closed the door and bolted the locks. I want to end the story by telling you that I'm ashamed every day of not acting when I came face to face with this man. Every night I play the situation out again and again in my head. The initial confidence, then the fear that followed, and finally, the immobilization of my own body. It makes me sick to think I acted like a pathetic coward. Nothing can prepare you for moments like those. The worst part is that if it happened again, I fear the same outcome might happen. To clarify what happened and most importantly, why it happened, well, after the events happened that night, me and my girlfriend phoned the police and explained everything. The police visited the hotel across the street and found nobody. Amon had been confirmed to have already stayed in the hotel, having booked in a few nights prior and had left that very same night, just minutes after he had broken into our flat. He had not used Amon as a name, instead he had used a very English-sounding name, and had even provided fake ID documents which were so well forged that he hadn't even flagged up on this hotel's system. Whoever this guy was, he was a pro. I was able to show the police the list of all my bank transfers too, but they weren't able to trace any of the payments. The account had since been closed, making it impossible to get any trace. It wasn't until around last week that the police gave us some information that would change everything. Almost a year and a half from the incident. Amon hadn't left the UK. He had been staying in various hotels, using fake ID after fake ID to remain anonymous. He was getting away with it too. The police had more or less given up on finding him after a year, and he was put to the back of the cold case pile, assuming he had slipped through the cracks and back to his home country of Egypt. But then, Amon had slipped up. The last hotel he had stayed in, unbeknownst to Amon, had a daily room cleaning service. The hotel cleaner would knock 3 times at a specific time, and the guest didn't answer, and granted the door wasn't bolted, they would enter to clean. Well, it just so happens that Amon was taking a shower at the time the cleaner entered. The cleaner immediately realized she was probably intruding and went to leave. On her way out, her eye caught a glimpse of something so disturbing, she immediately left the room and reported it to the police. The cleaner had seen the blueprint plans of what could only be described as a sex dungeon laid out on the bed. There were sketches of a room, including various equipment and a figure drawn into several poses, attached and bound. But that wasn't what made her call the police. It was what was beside it. It's gonna be like, sex dungeons aren't a crime.
Yeah, like He's just kinky, so what?
Yeah. Pictures of a man, taken of them through the window. The man was shirtless in some of them. Others he was walking around just in a pair of briefs. Some of the pictures were taken of this man in the street, amongst crowds of other people in public places. This man did not know he was having his picture taken. This man was me. Dun dun.
It is Yowie!
Hundreds and hundreds of photos of myself, beside a sketch of a location that Lamont had seemingly built for me. Suddenly everything made sense and the laptop evidence came out too. Every single call that me and Amon had shared was recorded by him. Hundreds and hundreds of screenshots had been taken of me from them. Hundreds had been printed out. During the breaks that Amon had requested, I can only imagine what he had been doing. When the policeman had told me all of this, I struggled to hold back the vomit that was building in my throat. This man had not planned to break into her apartment to cause harm to my girlfriend or to steal anything. He had come there to take me. Back to Kaido. Back to what he had planned. Why did he not take me that night? I don't know. I really don't. Perhaps he saw the ban and figured I was too much trouble. But he had planned to drug me in my sleep, and me being awake was too much of a wrench in his plans. I don't know why he didn't do anything that night, but I know I'm grateful that he didn't try, because I don't think I'd still be here if he had. Damn. Well, that was something.
Yeah. Should have ended with evil Yowie.
Yeah. The Angel one is the second part, I guess, of the first one, because like part one is linked. I guess I'm just about it still.
Mm-hmm. Like, I would rather read posts that are more in the style of, like, Am I the Asshole or Today I Fucked Up than I would, like, an actual short story from Reddit.
Yeah. The people upstairs won't stop singing happy birthday. It's been 5 hours.
Oh, God.
That's funny. I'll toss you the link. You can read this one aloud.
Eh? Huh?
You can read it. It's your turn to read.
No, I don't wanna.
There you go.
Okay. I don't usually work on Sundays, but I needed some extra cash, so I took an early shift, came home around 2 p.m. I live in this apartment building. My apartment is on the first floor, along with another one that belongs to this dude who's rarely home. There's Mrs. Rogue's place on this ground floor, and then the second floor has two other flats, one owned by an elderly couple and the other by this family. I don't really see that often directly above me. Sometimes I hear the kids in the morning moaning about having to get ready for school and then stomping down the stairs. Sometimes I hear hushed voices and dishes clattering. After 10 p.m., everything usually goes quiet. I got to my door, and as I was searching for my keys in my bag, I could hear voices upstairs. They were hushed and a little tense, stressing the words and mixing them together. I couldn't really make out what they were saying, but they seemed to be talking about something really important. Now, keep in mind that I've never seen these people before. I assumed they were a family because I kept hearing the kids and sounds that I generally attribute to a family home. It's not like I've personally met them, I just assumed. Anyway, as I said, I finally got a hold of my keys and unlocked the door. Yet I didn't immediately step out inside after I opened it. I don't know why I let it swing open and remained there listening for 2 more seconds, but I'm somewhat glad I did. The moment the door was heard, the voices upstairs stopped. Completely. As if they were listening to me now. I remained still. We all studied the silence for a while. I heard a single step on the stairs above. That's when my back went cold and my muscles tensed up. For whatever reason. I got the sudden urge to just go inside and shut the door behind me, which I did. Afterwards, I started putting some groceries in the fridge and doing some errands around the house. Faintly at first, then stronger, I started hearing this birthday song upstairs. I smiled inside. They were planning the birthday, man. That's why they were so precautious, so nervous. It sounded like there were around 5 to 6 people singing, maybe. Happy birthday, dear Jonah. That was cute. When they finished, they started again. I did find it weird, but I assumed that the kid had asked for it again. Kids love blowing out candles and whatever. It was an awfully long song. It kept looping until reaching its conclusion, just like the first time. It had a lot of unnecessary runs and filler and extra lyrics. When they finished, a little pause followed. Then they started again, in the exact same way. Fucking weird family, I thought. And by that time, I'd gotten annoyed, so I just put on my headphones and laid down on the couch. I fell asleep at around 4 or 5 p.m. I woke up from the nap disoriented. Man, after work naps hit the hardest. I'd slept until around 8 p.m. and the sun was peeking at me from behind some buildings. A sunset that was more blue than red, melancholy and confusion that reminded me of how liminal your house felt when you would go to sleep after school and wake up with a sore throat and a huge pillow mark on your face, with your mood ruined, your mother suddenly calling you out to go to dinner. I swallowed, staring blankly at the window, highlighted in golden rum. Okay, this is starting to get a little prosy
Yeah.
size. I rubbed my eyes, then massaged my face. I stopped to get a glass of water, walked barefoot to the kitchen, which was now sunken in that specific 8 p.m. darkness, and stood still and silent, not knowing what I wanted from my life. Then I finally registered one important detail. The folks upstairs were still singing Happy Birthday. I listened for a while, unsure of what my reaction should be. I wondered if they had some recording playing on a loop, but that wasn't really the case, as each version sounded different from previous. They really were weird, or maybe their kid was just eccentric. Maybe they were practicing for some performance. I started thinking, as I said, I hadn't personally met these people before, so I had no idea what they did. Maybe they were really practicing. I put my headphones on and went on trying to make some sort of dinner, even though I wasn't really hungry and my throat still hurt. I ate, watched my show, then took a shower. Their singing had started to piss me off. It was now approaching 10 p.m., and I felt like I needed to go upstairs and tell them to quit it. I'm not confrontational. I really don't like telling people they upset me, and most don't have an appropriate reaction at all. I didn't want to talk to them, so I called my mom. I started telling her about my day, that she interrupted me asking about the people upstairs. Yeah, they've been doing it for hours. I don't know, it's starting to get really on my nerves. Well, go up to them and knock. Aren't the other residents annoyed? The old people upstairs? I'm sure they wanted to sleep by now. Maybe I could just put on some music that could cover them up. But do you want to listen to music? No, not really. Then why do it to please them? Go upstairs, Michaela. Oh, so this is a woman, okay. Michaela spelled Mikayla
Mm-hmm.
for clarity. um, I sighed and reluctantly agreed. After hanging up, I put on a sweater and locked my front door. The moment I opened it, the air felt a little colder. I stared up the dark hallway, illuminated by the ray of light from my door and another faint light coming from upstairs. I went up the stairs. The second floor was more animated than the first. The door to the family's apartment was slightly open, and I could see light and movement behind. I slowly approached it, then peeked inside. I could see a hallway with balloons and confetti peacefully floating about. A faint smell of candles and sweetness lingered out. I didn't want to disturb too much, so I tried to be discreet while I quietly and almost imperceptibly pushed the door slightly more. The small hallway made way to a dining room. The shadows were dancing on the walls as people clapped around the table and sang. On the table was a cake with pink and purple frosting, sprinkles and some writing I couldn't really decipher. The song carried on, but was hoarser than I remembered. People were smiling, swaying from side to side at the person sitting in front of the cake. The lighting was dim and pleasant, its only source being the candles. The people around it were a little tense, but overall it reminded me of my own birthdays as a kid. Some boxes lay around scattered on the floor. I tried to take a better look at them, or the kid. The child looked like a young boy, with a big birthday hat on. He, I think, could have been 10 or 12, and his face was round and stretched into a big smile. I stared for a while at the teeth. I don't know what prompted me to make that observation, but he had adult teeth, which were rotten and yellow, sticking out of his mouth in abnormal directions. His eyes were wide and red, as if he'd been crying for a while. I don't remember seeing him blink at all in the minutes that I watched that felt like hours. He looked really shaken and tense. I'd never seen a child like that before. Never in my life. All the courage I'd had before peeking through the door had evaporated. I must have zoned out watching the scene when I was pulled away from my trance. The kid shifted his eyes from the candles, which had now almost completely melted, and looked straight at me. I felt seen like I'd never been before. My heart completely collapsed, leaving a painful knot in my chest as I made eye contact with the child. His smile slowly faded, turning into a grimace. I wanted to run, but I was somehow frozen in place. Suddenly, he blew out the candles, and the room was engulfed in darkness. I heard something shuffle in the dark towards me, gasped, and shut the door behind me as I practically jumped down the stairs. The shuffling and scratching followed. I gripped the door and slammed it behind me just as something slammed into it from the other side. Eyes wide and unfocused, I barely managed to lock it as the banging started. The song upstairs had stopped. I looked through the peephole. The hallways was completely dark now, but I could make out the details of the face I'd looked at before in the dimly lit dining room. Only now we were at eye level, which was impossible since that had been a kid. Had it? Or had it just been a person? The more I thought, the more I realized I had no idea what prompted me to assume it had been a kid. The round face? Childish clothing? Trying to decipher the memory meant analyzing every detail of that horrible face, a thing I didn't want to do. The banging turned to scratching. I yelled I was going to call the police. My voice died in my throat. The banging was so strong that it was undoubtedly going to break down my door. Suddenly, I heard a distinct sound upstairs. The banging and scratching instantly stopped. It was a door opening. The elderly couple's door. God, this is so fucking long.
Yeah.
Hey, what on earth are you doing? It's the middle of the night. I watched through the people as the kid, not a kid, walked away from my door upstairs. Quit it before I call the police. It's enough that I have to hear your kids' tantrums every day, lady, but the voice abruptly stopped. I listened, barely breathing. No scream, no sound, nothing. Faint scratching, then shuffling, then a faint cry that sounded more like forced sobs. I suddenly dialed up the police and barely managed to whisper what was going on, afraid that I might be heard. As I was detailing the problem, I looked through the peephole once again to be greeted by that face, and grimaced, eyes bloodshot and sunken into the head. You're welcome to join next year. That's why we left the door open, came the voice of an adult. Out of the face of a 12-year-old, I gasped and ducked as if that would save me. The police came in around half an hour, which was an insanely long amount of time. They went upstairs and sealed off the entirety of the second floor. They refused to give me details. I had to wait for the headlines and accept some vague answers from the numerous phone calls I'd given since. Miss, there were never kids living upstairs. 2 of them were grown-ups and 2 of them were pretending to be kids. They refused to tell me what happened to the elderly couple. They barely mumbled something that included kidnapping, massacre, disembowelment. Some of the victims, which had been many, were hostages made to play along. The presents were just pieces of flesh, toys made of bones with bows on them. One of them was a tooth necklace. I'm going to be I'm going through a really hard time now, trying to move all my stuff without having to go to that place too often. I can't sell it or rent it out, maybe to some true crime fanatic. I moved in with my parents, but I asked them to add extra locks to their doors and windows and security cameras everywhere. They assumed I was paranoid and suffering from PTSD. I let them believe that. However, I'd watched the security footage of that night, showing the outside of my door. The birthday boy I'd spoken to hadn't gone back upstairs. He just crawled to the window and jumped out. I don't know where he is now. I hope it goes both ways. And there is a link to another post.
No, it's just
I don't want to read another one. This kind of sucks.
the the link just linked to their profile.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, lame. But that was something.
No, that was something. Not my cup of tea.
Yeah, same. There's another Am I the Asshole post from 4 hours ago.
Oh wow.
Am I the asshole for locking my fridge because my roommate keeps eating my groceries?
I feel like I've heard many stories like this.
Same. I share an apartment with two roommates. One of them, Dan, constantly eats my food by accident. I labeled stuff, had talks, even texted reminders. He always apologizes but never stops. Last week I bought groceries for meal prep, $80 worth. 2 days later, half is gone. I bought a mini fridge and locked it. Dan got mad, saying I made him feel untrusted and treated like a thief. I told him if the shoe fits. Now he's barely talking to me. The third roommate says I've escalated too far. Am I the asshole for locking my fridge? No.
No.
Yeah.
If he's eating your food and like will just continues to keep eating your food after you've reminded him and like given him plenty of chances to like not do that,
Yeah.
he is the asshole.
Mm-hmm. Well, that was pretty straightforward.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I know there's one from 8 minutes ago. Hello.
Hello?
Am I the asshole for taking sex off the table? This seems more interesting. Ooh, this one's longer. Okay, let's go.
Ooh, okay.
Be prepared. This is a long one. Made a burner account as my boyfriend does use Reddit often. Ooh, we're here early.
Ooh.
I, 25 female, have been with my boyfriend, 31 male, for almost 5 years.
Hold on, doing the math. He's 31.
Yeah,
She's 26?
25.
25.
Yeah, so she was
Okay.
20 when they started dating, and he was 26.
Yeah, so
That's
6-year age gap. Not great.
yeah. Could be worse, but still not great.
Could be worse. Not great.
Okay. We started dating back in early 2022. At the time, I had just gotten out of a toxic relationship. Sounds like he just got back into another one.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
He was a friend I've had for about 3 years prior, but not close.
Uh-oh.
He was very comforting. He took me to therapy appointments, bought groceries, and even let me stay with him when I was too scared to be alone. Things moved pretty quickly, and within a few weeks, we were intimate. He was respectful about boundaries and consent, which made me feel safe. I mean, that's the bare minimum, I'm afraid.
That is the bare minimum, and also, if he was friends with you 3 years prior, girl, you were 17.
True. A few weeks later, I found out I was pregnant. I was terrified. I've been pregnant once before with my ex, but miscarried, and this new relationship was still very fresh. When I told him, he was in denial for months. He didn't really believe it until we had the gender reveal appointment. He kept it.
Why did you keep it?
Well, that's their business, I guess. Eventually, I moved in with him, even though I was nervous about it. Our place wasn't great, kind of a rundown duplex, and we had some arguments, some of which I'll admit were fueled by pregnancy hormones, but we made it work. Other than that, he was a total sweetheart. When I gave birth to our son, it was a pretty traumatic experience. I tried to go natural, but ended up getting an epidural. I told him I loved him for the first time while giving birth. Damn. Afterward, though my emotions were all over the place, I was later diagnosed with CPTSD and bipolar disorder. I mean,
Yeah, that's not surprising.
yeah. We grew distant. I had a hard time letting him care for our baby because I was so anxious. Eventually, through therapy for postpartum depression, anxiety, and rage, I got better about that. That's good. About 8 weeks postpartum, my mom babysat so we could go on a date night. It was a lovely evening. Good food, nice conversation. When we got home, things started getting intimate. He was behind me, and when I turned to kiss him, I noticed he was looking at his phone. I asked what he was doing. He claimed he was checking the time, but I didn't believe him. I demanded to see his phone, and he hesitated before handing it over. He was watching porn while we were having sex. Hello?
I mean, that's not inherently a red flag, but like
It's
bring that up
still
to your
weird.
partner.
It's still weird in my opinion, because like you're already doing the do, like, huh?
Like I don't know. Like I it's not unusual for couples to watch porn while doing it. Like do whatever you need to do to like get there. Um
This is the first I heard of that. I'll be honest.
I don't know. Maybe I just have friends that are weird.
Maybe, because like I can understand watching porn before and that like getting you in the mood, but like during is weird.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Yeah, at least in my opinion. But I guess if it's normal enough, because apparently PT's heard of this before.
Yeah, like watching it on a phone, that's the weird part.
Yeah, I don't know. Mm.
Like boy, just pay attention to your are they are they married or are they just dating?
Let me scroll back up. Just dating, just boyfriend, not
Okay.
husband.
Pay attention to your girlfriend. And also you've had a kid. Maybe you two want to get married. Like I'm not going
Yeah,
to judge, but also
yeah.
like but maybe like not being married just makes the like thing with them having a kid less complicated. I don't know.
Maybe.
If
Oh,
they ever like separated or anything.
mm,
Cuz like custody and all that.
yeah. But, that moment shattered me. Understandable. I already struggled with body image and self esteem, and I just broke down. I locked myself in the bathroom and cried for hours before eventually passing out in the tub. Yeah, that's fair.
That's fair.
Mm-hmm. Now, to be clear, I don't think porn is inherently bad, but if you're in a relationship, I feel like there should be limits. Why watch porn when your partner is right there, willing to be intimate? For me, it's just the fact that, like, during the act, like, you're in the middle of what's on the porn thing. I, like, should look at them. I don't know.
Yeah.
You got
Like if
porn
you're
in your
gonna
front of you. You're the porn. I
you're
don't
the
know.
porn. Maybe like with consent, film the two of you doing it, and then you can make that like a like fun like get in the mood style activity before you like fuck again.
Yeah. But definitely, like, this is something that needs to be talked about before actively doing that, regardless, because people have
Yeah,
different
like
boundaries. But it's just like,
exactly.
bruh. He did also try to hide it at first. No, I was just checking the time. Like, no,
Hmm.
bruh. We didn't talk about it for a few days. Then one night in the shower, he climbed in with me and said I was beautiful and gave a ridiculous excuse. He said he watched porn in that moment because he couldn't see my body in the dark. Turn on the fucking light then.
Like turn on the light, dude.
I eventually forgave him, but things never felt the same. Understandable. A few months later, my gut told me something was off. I went through his phone and found organized folders full of porn. He promised to delete them and did, but I didn't trust him. That's kind of fair.
Hmm.
Trying to boost my confidence, I bought lingerie and sent him some photos. Weeks later, I checked again, and none of my pictures were saved. I said there were new hidden porn folders. Oof. Yeah, that's. Like,
Yeah,
this had
like
happened multiple times since then. I brought it up again and again, but nothing changes. He compliments me only after arguments, never just because. He rarely touches me or looks at me the way he used to. Oof.
okay. Now I'm thinking dump his ass because
Yeah.
he clearly does not value you or think that you're attractive.
Yeah.
Which sucks. That sucks so bad for her.
Mm-hmm. It's now been over 3 months since we've been intimate. Every time I try, he says he's too tired. I don't know if he's back to porn again, but at this point, I've emotionally shut down. That's fair.
Mm-hmm.
So I decided to take sex off the table entirely. Not as revenge, but because I don't feel wanted anymore. I don't want to be intimate with someone who makes me feel like I'm competing with the screen. Fair.
Mm-hmm.
I love him and I rely on him a lot since I'm a stay-at-home mom. I don't want to break up or make things harder for our child, but I'm exhausted, heartbroken, and trying to protect what little self-worth I have left. Damn.
Damn.
That's just rough.
This makes me sad.
Yeah. Yeah, a person that commented said maybe he has a porn addiction. Maybe.
Porn addiction isn't real.
Fair, I guess.
It's a thing made up by Catholics.
Mm.
But if he like, it's definitely like possible to like form like a type of dependence on it. Like, I think the main crux of the issue is that he doesn't find her attractive. Like that's
Yeah.
the issue. If he's watching porn to get his rocks off while having sex with her, then like
Yeah.
it's
Like, I don't know.
like
If you're having that hard of time, like, toys exist.
toys exist, like other forms of like making your like life in the bedroom sexy again exists. Like role play exists. Like
Your
if you
fucking
want to like
imagination exists.
yeah,
Make up the porn in your head.
literally make up the porn in your head.
No, that's rough, though. I hope she gets better.
I hope she leaves his ass.
Mm-hmm. I have another fresh out of the oven one. Am I the asshole for breaking up with my boyfriend? 23 minutes ago. Very fresh. I love that we're getting the fresh posts. I think it's because it's
I
like getting later in
know.
the night, so more people are like crawling out of the dark to like post.
Yeah, maybe they're watching this stream right now and are making posts for us to read.
Okay, I doubt that, but
It's funny to imagine.
yeah, we could pretend. We can use our
We can
imagination, unlike
pretend.
that other guy.
Yeah.
Okay. My ex, male 25, and I, female 25. The same age. Cool. Good start.
Good start.
Have known each other since we were 19. We've been off and on until now and have had a very toxic relationship. I mean, if you've been off and on, that sounds about right.
Yeah.
Admittedly, I was young and naive, absolutely ride or die for this man who seemed to not give a shit about me for more than a couple days at a time. Oof.
Oof.
Let me start by saying that I am not sorry about our past, the context just helps to understand the situation. That's fair. We met right before I started my freshman year of college, and I was crazy about him. I was swept off of my feet, and it was my first seemingly serious relationship. Or so I thought. I think we lasted about a month before his attitude changed and I was ghosted. Oof. Throughout the next 5 or so years, he would come back and leave a million times. No explanation, no closure, no questions asked. The amount of times my friends had to build me back up after I allowed him to break me down is astronomical. And what did I do every time he tried to come back? Welcomed him with open arms. Oh boy.
Girl, run.
Yeah. The older we got, the more our time apart grew longer, a few months to a year of no contact. Damn. It became a back and forth game of who was going to reach out first. In that time, I have grown a lot, and so has he. I've dated other people, I'm sure he has too, but every time it would end or things would get rough, I thought about him. Like, literally everything has always led back to him. It was like I couldn't escape this dude, but I didn't dare tell my friends or family because of all the things they saw. I wound up in a pretty dark space a few times around the time I was with him, and my people are protective, not so forgetful. One night I was with my friend at a show. Drinks were had, and I texted him. At this point, it had been well over a year since we last spoke, and our last conversation wasn't a very good one. Regardless, I texted him. We ended up reconnecting, and he seemed like a completely different person. Grown, responsible, sweet, and very doting. Things moved quickly, and he asked me to be his girlfriend, started exchanging I love yous, and basically started playing house, really spending more than a day apart from each other. I was really happy, and I think he was too. I felt like I finally broke through that tough exterior and we're finally comfortable really being able to love each other. However, I started feeling a pit in my stomach, like a sense of impending doom, just waiting for him to leave again. While this time felt different, I couldn't shake the feeling. Decided to give it a week to really think about it, but the more time passed, the worse I felt. I was mortified. Thinking of allowing these feelings to grow, I just felt so exposed and scared. I didn't trust him. I guess I never had the chance to really ask myself that before because I was always so focused on getting him to stay. But now I could feel he was. I felt physically incapable of accepting it. I think he felt it too, and I started avoiding him and making excuses. Started to feel myself resentful toward him since all of these memories started popping back up. So I broke up with him. I sat him down and was honest about how I felt. I already decided that I had to end it for both of our sakes. It didn't feel fair to him to keep feeling this way when he was actually trying really hard this time. It was probably one of the hardest things I've ever had to do. It's almost like I didn't want to do it, but I felt that I had to. He's been reaching out, asking for anything he can do, what he can do better. It's breaking my heart into pieces. He was doing everything right this time. Literally everything I ever wanted from him was he was doing. And then I break up with him. Like, what? I just can't get past the past. Again, I'm not bitter towards him whatsoever. I love him more than he will probably ever know. Thought bro would be the father to my kids. Still wish he could be, but really sitting back and thinking about it, I think we both deserve to start over, fresh. He's done a lot of work on himself, and while I wish I could just shut up and enjoy it, I think he deserves someone who can accept it and give him the same back. I don't know, it's been a really hard week. I don't know if it was the right decision. I think about him every second. This is all very confusing. Also, the thought of telling my mom and friends that we're back together scares me so bad. They spent so much of their time fixing what he broke. I just felt like I would be a slap in the face. Complicated. He came over today, exchanging a few more things. Kind of a last goodbye. It was hard. I didn't want him to leave, and he didn't want to either. He's so upset. Like, I've never experienced him actually fight for me. I just felt absolutely awful about this whole situation since I initiated it this time. If only I knew. I think I would have stayed away for his sake. Am I the asshole? Hmm.
Now hear me out. No one sucks here.
Yeah.
Like, it's very clear that they were immature in their first, like, few goes on it.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and, like, it's very clear that they've both grown and matured.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, they gave it a fair shot. It didn't work out because she still has wounds that she needs to, take care of.
Mm-hmm.
Like, she's totally justified in breaking up with him on those grounds. It just sucks for both of them because it sounded like this time went better.
Yeah. Saki, guess who this reminds you of? Do I need to hand you the mirror?
Do I need to hand you the mirror?
Not like the toxic ex situation. Yeah, no, no. I'm aware. Like, I know exactly what you mean. Am I allowed to say names? Don't throw yourself off a bridge. Not without me.
Yeah, not without me also.
Yeah, you have two hands. We can hold hands together and jump off the bridge
Yeah,
together.
group suicide.
Yeah. Group activity, yeah.
Group activity, yeah.
You can wear ball as a hat. Oh, now there's one from a minute ago. Hello, we're getting really fresh stuff out of the bakery. Let's go.
Let's fucking go.
This is a lot shorter. Am I in the wrong for making out with multiple people the day after we broke up? That's crazy. Already, honestly.
Not the asshole.
I mean, probably not. Like, they're already broken up, but.
Go crazy.
Alright, I know the title is bad, but I need the clicks. Hear me out. I'll try my best not to sugarcoat it, but I obviously can't speak from her perspective. I mean, duh, no one's expecting you to. So I recently broke up with my girlfriend of nearly a year. The entire time we were dating, she was always very outgoing, speaking and befriending lots of other boys, some of which had confessed their feelings to her before we had dated, having inside jokes with them as such. And think of your average pick me girl. It always bugged me, but I never spoke out about it because I didn't want her to take it the wrong way. Okay, man. However, after a couple of months, she had a chat to me about how she felt insecure after she saw me talking to a girl in a flirty way. This girl already had a boyfriend. I was asking her what the homework was because we were in the same class and we had some very occasional chats before. I apologized sincerely and cut off all contact with any girls that I had on social media and really made an effort for her to feel like she was the only one. This is bad for
Yeah.
everyone. Fast forward a couple months, and I was still keeping my word. However, I had constantly seen her touch, hug, and giggle with other boys. I talked to her about it, and she apologized, but nothing had changed. The cycle repeated a couple times before I had decided I had enough. The breaking point for me was finding out she had hooked up with random guys she had just met on a camp around 10 or so times while we were in a talking stage. Jesus Christ. She already told me she liked me before that point. I decided I had enough. I ended things because I felt lied to the entire relationship. Fair.
I mean, you kind of were.
Yeah. Anyway, the night after we had a house party we both attended, where the first thing I see when I rock up is her drinking with a group of guys and just her. I was quite drunk and very angry, so I hooked up with these two girls on the same night to really piss her off. To admit the morning after, I generally did regret it, but she messaged me cussing me out, calling me insecure, telling her why I did what I did. Yes, I know this sounds like a stupid high school relationship, but I would genuinely like to know if I'm a bad person. No.
No. Like, call me petty, but she did it first. So, like,
Yeah, no, like, I feel like other posts with this, like, type of situation, the genders are usually reversed.
no, yeah.
So, like, that's kind of interesting.
Like, in some ways, it's kind of refreshing
Yeah.
that, like, it's from a guy's perspective.
Mm-hmm.
But that aside, like, I one, you two were already broke up,
Mm-hmm.
so like it's fine. You're free to do whatever.
Yeah.
Two, um, she was the one hooking up with guys in the talking stage, and she went on to literally tell you, "Hey, I don't want you to talk to other girls."
Mm-hmm.
So it's like double standards there. Um, yeah, no, this dude isn't the asshole.
One from 2 minutes ago. Let's go.
Let's go.
Eh,
Us shoveling like muffins fresh from the oven into our mouths.
yeah. This one's another short one. Am I the asshole for not letting my sister bring her service dog to my small wedding? Tentatively, yes.
Tentatively, yes, but I'll hear them out.
Yeah. I'm getting married in 2 months. My sister has severe anxiety and uses a trained service dog. I adore the dog, but the problem is the venue is a rented private garden that explicitly bans animals due to the owner's exotic birds and landscaping regulations. Service animals are like an exception, like 88.
Yeah,
I told my sister this and suggested she bring her boyfriend for support instead. She got furious and said I'm discriminating against her and that she can't just leave her medical device behind. I explained that I legally can't override the venue's rules. Yes, you can, ADA. But she called me heartless and said if her dog isn't invited, she's not coming. My parents are divided. My mom says it's my day, and my dad says I should find another venue if I really care. Am I the asshole for not changing my venue for her dog? No, but like, ADA.
literally 88. Like they have to comply if
Yeah,
it's a service dog.
yeah, like a trained service dog. Like,
Yeah, like if this dog is like well trained, they're not gonna fuck with the birds.
yeah. Hopefully, someone comments about that.
Yeah,
I would, but eh.
fair. I also would, but eh.
Hmm. another piping hot one 4 minutes ago. I guess we're just at the time where posts are getting added here.
Yeah, man.
It's that time of night. Am I the asshole for causing my 4-year friendship to end? Hmm. My
I'll
ex,
hear them out.
yeah, my ex best friend, who I'll call Kat, ended things with me the week of my birthday. Oof.
Not the asshole.
We're both in high school, so I will not state our names or ages for privacy reasons. That's fair. Kat and I are both queer. What a coincidence. So are we. Our friendship was very homoerotic and sort of drained the life out of me. Okay. We met in middle
Baby
school.
queer moment.
Yeah. We met in middle school and were inseparable since. Our friendship started because she found out through another friend that I had a crush on her. Total normal way
Ooh.
to start a platonic relationship.
Yeah.
She assumed that I had just gotten over the crush, which was not the case. I had fallen in love with her. I've had issues with mental health and gotten hospitalized for it. During these days, Kat would send me letters and gifts. Okay, that's cute.
That's really cute.
These letters would contain things like, "You're the most important thing in my life," and "You're my soulmate." Hmm. I was,
Normal thing to send to a platonic friend.
yeah. I obviously knew she didn't like me in that way and never would, but I was fine with that. I connected with her in a way I had never connected with anyone before. Ever. She saved me from multiple attempts and comforted me when anything was wrong. When we were in middle school, I was struggling with my mental health. Kat was the only thing keeping me going. I looked for comfort in her. She got overwhelmed and unfriended me so that I could get better on my own. She also unfriended me 2 years ago after I came back from a 6-month hospital stay. She said that me coming back overwhelmed her and that I took her away from her friends. Oof. About a month ago, I was crying to my other friend about how all these years I was still in love with Kat. That's rough. I knew she didn't like me back, and I didn't want to date her. She was my best friend, and that was enough. Well, that friend ended up telling Kat about my love for her because she wanted to help me. Ugh.
Oh no.
That didn't go so well. Kat ended our friendship over phone 2 days before my birthday. She told me things like, "I'm not comfortable around you. You're always crying about something. You're codependent." That's true.
That's true. But you don't need to say that.
Yeah. Ironic for you to get the potion that grants emotional stability.
Me when I'm codependent.
You need to be alone for a couple of months. I need a break from you for at least 3 months. Things need to happen to you without you ending up in the hospital. I mean, that's fair. I understand that I am codependent and I am going to therapy and have been for years. And I was trying so hard for her, and she always told me I wasn't a burden, that she loved me regardless of how I was, and that I could never be too much for her. Mm. And I have an attachment abandonment issue, and she knows that. I was so upset and yelled at her over the phone how she promised she would never leave me. She just sighed and said, "I'm not leaving you." Well, in the end, everything switched up. The next day, she acted completely normal, yet didn't talk to me at all, barely even looked at me. My birthday came and she did not even say a simple happy birthday. This hurt the most. She's been reposting things on social media like how life feels now that I stopped being friends with the girl that acted like I was her girlfriend. I'm just really hurt. Am I in the wrong here?
No. But you're also, like, not completely blameless.
Yeah, like it's definitely not an asshole situation, but like,
Yeah, like, these are just kids.
yeah, stay in therapy or something.
Stay in therapy.
At least they are self-aware about the codependency. That's definitely a strong starting point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kat is kind of the asshole for how she went about, like, breaking off the friendship and also, like,
Yeah.
making posts about, like, this girl thought I was her girlfriend. Like, that kind of stinks of homophobia to me.
A little bit, yeah.
Like an internalized at least.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so it's like I don't know. That's rough.
Yeah. Definitely just kind of like leave Cat alone for the time being, for sure. Like, they could maybe
Yeah,
become friends again in the future, but like, just breathe.
yeah. Breathe. Like sometimes codependent people really do need to be just like left alone for a bit, and I'm speaking from experience.
Mm-hmm.
Um, like in my case, it was like simultaneously the most upsetting and traumatic experience for me, but at the same time, it helped me grow and mature and become like a little more confident in myself and yeah, like point being, you need to have some space to figure yourself out.
Yeah.
So like my verdict is you two are children.
Yeah.
It like but also no one sucks here, I think.
Mm-hmm. Got a couple more fresh out the oven posts. Um,
Hmm.
oh, this one's stupid short. Hypothetical. Am I the asshole? Is this a boundary? So I was sitting and having a normal conversation. Great start.
Hmm.
And he said, I'm setting a boundary. I'm right and you're wrong. I said, that's not setting a boundary. Then this is in regard to the conversation we had. No shit, Sherlock.
What was the conversation about?
Yeah, more details, please. He said he didn't say something I said I remember you saying differently. And he got mad and stormed off saying, I'm always arguing with him. I laughed because I wasn't arguing, I just remember differently. I commit when I'm wrong, and it wasn't a hill I was dying on, but he got so mad and walked off. Am I wrong saying I'm right, you're wrong is not a boundary?
Info. What was the conversation about?
Yeah, like I guess in the case of like remembering or like people like having a misremembering thing, like no, that isn't a boundary setting of like, oh, I'm right and you're wrong, I guess.
Yeah, like
But like we,
I'm right, you're wrong is not a boundary.
yeah,
Um,
more details needed though.
more details needed. Like I don't me I when it comes to like discussions I have with people, my memory is like a glue trap.
Mm,
Um, so sometimes I can get a little like uh, that's not how that happened. It went like this. Um, so like on one hand, this is a funny situation to me
mm,
because I know I would probably be no I remember it like this. This is correct.
mm,
But I wouldn't be like I'm right, you're wrong. Like
yeah,
I wouldn't die on that hill.
yeah. I don't know. Weird.
Very weird. New guy unlocked.
So true.
New guy who thinks I'm right, you're wrong is a boundary.
This one's also short. 5 minutes ago. Am I the asshole freezing to give my ex back the hoodie she left 2 years ago?
Not the asshole. That's yours now.
Yeah. My ex, 25 male, and I, 24 female, broke up 2 years ago, and he left a hoodie at my place. It was just a random gray one, no sentimental print, not expensive. I've worn it ever since it's comfy, and honestly, it just became part of my loungewear rotation. Recently, he texted me saying he wanted it back because it meant something to him, and now that his meant something to him now that he's in a new relationship. Okay. I said it's been 2 years, and I thought it was basically abandoned property at this point. He called me petty and said it's just a hoodie, so why not return it? I told him the same thing. If it's just a hoodie, why does he care so much? Now he's telling mutual friends I'm being vindictive. Am I the ass for keeping it? No.
No, that's yours now.
Yeah, fuck him.
He comes into your DMs 2 years later
Mm,
after he's gotten into a new relationship. Like, give it back. It means something to me.
yeah,
Like, Like, no, I think your current girlfriend just wants boyfriend hoodie privileges.
Yeah. Like, does he
Which, like,
not? Did he not like get any new ones?
literally, like, was that his only hoodie?
Maybe. Okay, there's two more fresh off the presses, but I think we'll stop here because yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it's getting late.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Okay, 2 minutes ago, am I the ass for dropping my best friend after I heard what she said? Oh boy.
Okay.
I, 17 female, became friends with this girl, also 17, in freshman year. Okay, so another baby situation. We got really close and she quickly became one of my best friends. For context, I have struggled with autism and ADHD for years without treatment. It makes sense, you're 17. I was only just diagnosed last year. I often act childish or immature due to these disorders. So, in July of 2025, we went on a school trip for a competition. It was in Florida, so we went to Disney and Universal. I love stuffed animals, so obviously I bought some while we were there. My friend and I then overheard her later that night complaining to her boyfriend on call that I was annoying and ruining the trip for her. We talked about it and it seemed to be all good. Fast forward to the beginning of this year. My friends and I had noticed that her and her BF were having some problems. We talked to her about it and we agreed. The next day we found out that she told her boyfriend we were we cornered her as she felt pressured to agree. We were sitting at a table and casually talking about our concerns. There was no pressure. She then said I wanted to break them up because I was jealous she had a boyfriend and I didn't. I had a boyfriend the previous year who put me in a very bad mental state, and when I ended it, he stalked me for weeks.
Yikes!
Yikes. She knows all this and still said that I am jealous. I am now ignoring her and she's pretending like she did nothing. Am I the also for dropping her? No.
No,
Sheesh.
that's not even a question.
Yeah,
No.
yeah, no. Oh, this one's also really
Run.
short. Okay. Also 5 minutes ago. Would I be the asshole if I asked questions about other people's personal beliefs? Need more context here from that.
In what context?
My friend told me if I asked someone about their personal beliefs, it is an asshole move because it isn't something you should ask people in general. I disagree because I see it as a way to understand the person more and learning about what they believe in. Now I am here, would I be the asshole? Are you like asking people on the street? Are you doing your
Yeah,
customer service job? It's like, oh, does this product align with your personal beliefs? Like, I don't know.
yeah, it depends on the person and also the context in which it's being asked
Yeah,
and like what personal beliefs they're asking about.
yeah. Definitely need a lot more info here.
Yeah, info. In what context?
I'm willing to bet that since the friend is telling them that like, hey, you should maybe stop, they're probably just talking to random people about their personal beliefs instead of like friends in context that makes sense.
Yeah.
But maybe their friend is the problem. Who knows?
Who knows?
Weird.
New guy unlocked.
New guy unlocked. I should not have gone back because there's another new one from 2 minutes ago. It's also really short. But then
Last
after,
one.
yeah, last one for real, for real. I'll close the thing, I promise.
I believe you.
Am I the asshole for considering being done? Vague. Um, I'm so incredibly anxious and depressed. I have had thoughts of leaving this world due to no resources and no food. I have not a single item of food and it's been days since I ate. Considering just being done. Am I the asshole for considering being done? No. That's rough.
No, get some help.
Go to a food bank, please, or a soup kitchen.
Yeah, you have. Surely you have resources.
Uh,
OP, are you okay? Do you need a hug?
this is not the note I hope to end off on, but here we are anyways.
Uh,
Hmm.
you wanna take that again?
Yeah,
Actually,
yeah. That's rough though.
that's rough.
Okay, this one isn't super fresh. It's from 30 minutes ago, but it's still new because 30 minutes ago. It's a little bit longer. Am I the asshole for telling a girl to fuck off after she wanted to fight me?
No,
Yeah.
Goated.
We're gonna call her L. Me and my best friend S don't like this girl specifically because she has said a lot of fucked up shit to me and my friends. She refers to one of my friends as fat bitch. I confronted her about calling my friend this, and she told me to go fuck myself. I see. She was also rude to one of my other friends. This all leads up to the fight. One day, I'm in options. Okay. And I'm told told by S probably, that she saw L in the hall, and L was spreading that S gave her a black eye. Not true. So after class during my second option, still don't know what they mean by that, but
Me neither.
I went up to her and confronted her saying, "What the fuck is wrong with you? You know damn well S didn't punch you. Get a grip." L then replied with, "I'll fucking fight you. Meet me at Redacted at 4 o'clock. I said I wasn't gonna go. Later I got to meet up with one of my close friends. I'm with S at the time too. This close friend we'll call J, male 13. Wow, he's the only one that has a specified age. That's fucked up.
Oh God,
Doxing
these are
J.
middle schoolers.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right, they are, damn. Anyways, Jane, we see him as we met up at said place mentioned by L earlier. We only met there because it's closest to both houses. We see L with her friend K. See, K is not well liked. L calls out, "You here to fight, bitch?" I was not, so I just say, "No, leave me the fuck alone." Me, J, and S leave. You think everything's fine? Right? Nope. She has now spread that I ran away like a pussy. But really, I just didn't want to fight her. By the way, once we arrived at my house, I mentioned it to my brother. He back to the school and cut her off as he was leaving, saying, "If you ever touch my sister, I'll have very bad things happen to you." Now she has back.
W brother.
Yeah. Now she has backed off, but still says stuff at school. At one point, I was scared to go home because this girl has also done bad shit. I see.
I see.
The one comment, "You all sound like you need to grow up." They're in middle school. One of their
They're in
ages
middle
was
school.
doxed. They're in middle school.
They are in middle school.
So yes, they do have to grow up because they're baby.
Cause they're infants. They it's their first day on Earth.
Yeah. The person replied, OP replied to the one comment, being like, "I haven't talked to her in a while. She quote unquote apologized, but I know her and I know it was fake with how she said it. And honestly, there's worse shit in my life, ignoring whatever the fuck this is with her. I'm only pissed off because I just found out she messaged my girlfriend calling her a grunge whore. So now there's problems." Middle schoolers need to chill.
Literally. There is a reason why like the middle school grades are grouped into their own separate thing in America as opposed to other countries. Cuz like those ages for Americans need to be fucking quarantined.
Fair. But yeah, that was Reddit threads. Yay.
Yay. Thumbs up.
Thumbs up. This honestly went on a lot longer than I was expecting it to.
Yeah.
We just kept finding a lot of stuff. What can I say?
Yeah. There continued to be things coming out of the oven.
Yeah, that was the main thing that got us. We were really at the
Yeah.
prime time of new posts.
Yeah.
Crazy.
I was crazy once.
Mm-hmm. The fucking violin thing, I just remember.
Huh?
The divine wedding with the...
I'm gonna be thinking about that one.
Yeah, that's fair.
That one's so fucking cool.
Yeah. Man. Let's read into lobotomy, Bunny.
Yay. I can't wait to get my lobotomy.
They're currently streaming some art. Their title is "Turns Your Bug Girl into a Doll," which is cute. Yeah. Bloop. Here's the raid started. Yay, yippee, technology or something. I don't know.
Woohoo!
Here's the raid message. Go ahead and copy and paste as we land onto Lobotomy Bonnie's channel. Thank you, Marble, for joining me while we just kind of poked around Reddit, I guess.
Of course, and I would do it again.
Yeah. This was fun.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not used to just having a really laid back stream. Because, like, art is kind of close, but, like, also chaos
Yeah.
and ducks.
Mm-hmm.
Ducks was a good addition.
Yeah, it absolutely was.
Mm-hmm. But,
I hope it stays forever.
we'll see. I have no
We'll
plans to
see.
get rid of ducks, but who knows? But yeah, we'll catch you all next time, whenever next time ends up being. Next Sunday will be more 100 line with Peachy, so that's exciting. And stuff coming out on Halloween. Yay.
Yeah.
Yeah. But until next time though, whenever that ends up being. Bye bye everyone.
Bye-bye.